Welcome back to another season of Rainbow Six at NECC. I'm Treasure. I'm joined by my effervescent, as always, co-caster. Wealku, how you doing?
Oh, that word just blew me away. So now I'm left in shock. I don't even know what that word means, but I'll take it. I'm sure it's a compliment of some kind,
Oh,
Treasure. So
I
I
would never,
appreciate
I
it.
would never say something mean about you, Wealku. All right, we're getting into it with a great first match for the day and for the entire season. It's the Champions Division. It is University of Ottawa Gray and Columbia College, two teams that we saw last season, with some success behind them. Columbia College making the semifinals in Legends Division.
Yeah, let's take a look at the rosters. I think there's been some change ups. Obviously, we talked about University of Garnet as well, so that's something else to take a look at. Not Garnet, University of Ottawa. Sorry, I was thinking of their other team. This is a new one though. This is the Gray team. So I have two teams in this league, but not in this division specifically. The other team is up in the Legends one, which is right above this one. So very closely skill level, but not quite the same. See Tommy. Oakshire. I don't know if that's how you even say that. Nacho, DK, and DJ. So I mean that could get confusing a little bit, huh? DK, DJ.
Yeah, lots of initials here. There's a couple names that you may remember from before. I think they may have had a little bit of juggling about on those rosters. Like you said, they have introduced a secondary roster in the NECC, which is quite exciting to see with that continual expansion. And with a new season, there's a little bit of shuffling around of where everyone is. So University of Ottawa definitely will be gunning for Columbia College, which is a little bit more established as a roster.
Yeah, I realize that says okay, sure. No, I don't know why I said Oakshire, but whatever. Moving on, Columbia College. We got Oni, KJ's, Dello, Jason, and Click. And some of these names are familiar. I remember Oni, Dello, and Click specifically. Maybe the other names are newer. I don't know, but maybe also just common names, right? I've seen Oni in a lot of different things, so you
Yeah.
never really know. Uh, but let's go to the map bands to see where we're going to go. This is a best of three. For those of you who are unaware, that means we go to at least two maps. If two of them are won by the same team, then that's over. But if each team wins one, then we go to a decider map. And looking at what we have, we see the bans, the first one, each team banning one each. And then the first map picked is going to be Villa, and then on to Oregon. And then the other two bans lead us towards the last map of Clubhouse. So if we get there, Clubhouse will be that decider map. Probably one of the most established maps. People, teams in general, know the map. They're comfortable with the map, and it'd be interesting to see if we get there. Now, the other thing before we jump into the game treasures, are there any last thoughts starting here on Villa? What are your thoughts on this map? What are your thoughts on the teams on this map, maybe?
Well, with the series that we have laid out ahead of us, I see us having a lot of that bread and butter siege being laid out in front of us. Like you said, Clubhouse is one of those really, really scrimmed, really heavily played maps. Oregon, I would normally say the same for, but with the statistics that we actually got back from last season, it ended up being the least played map of all of them, which is pretty surprising since normally I'd expect that to be like the second one up there. But I guess a lot of teams are wanting to buck that trend. So I guess we'll see if that continues as we go on through the season.
Yeah, and I gotta wonder, was that the whole league in general with all the divisions? Because then you remember, some divisions might have played it more than others. So
That's
you
true.
never
That's true.
know. Statistics are tricky, but let's jump into the game, see what the bans are going to be for the operators. Obviously, that helps shape how a map will unfold. And here on Villa, we see the standard bans, honestly, of Thatcher and Jackal. Mira coming out as a defensive op ban, and obviously we'll get one more here from Colombia. That'll probably be Cade or Valken. If so, that's really standard stuff, nothing really to break down there.
Yeah, definitely. These operators all give you that consistent, and useful utility, all really stomping down in their particular part of the gameplay. Thatcher, as always, covering up those walls and making sure that the attack has an easy way in. So the Kaid going alongside him is nothing that any of us are shy of seeing because Kaid is just so strong without that Thatcher being available.
This is true. Well, we'll see what lineups are being brought. Aviators in game is going to be the first bomb site. Planes in games, as a chief said, and that was after I heard that. I just call it that too
Planes
now
and games,
because
boys. Planes and
planes in games. It just
games.
sounds nice, right? So you take a page from someone else's book if it works. Here, the lineup's nothing too surprising, except for maybe two hard breachers is a little bit weird on the Villa. You don't usually need that. Seeing a switch over from Sledge on to Finka. Now that's interesting. Obviously, Finka's been played a lot more. I don't know if you're aware of that. Statistically, over the last year, really has grenades in pocket, has a Gone 6 backup available, and obviously calls it for time, whether it's the LMG or the Spear, both very viable weapons. So, it, entry gunner, if you can help with up health and LC more permanently. So just a lot of good things coming out with the Finka switchover, but that also leaves them with less soft destructive ability.
Yeah, that speaks to me that there's probably going to be an effort at a split push with those two hard breachers and Finka, who really is a perfect match for a split push. He's able to keep you keep that steam going for each of your players, even if they are separated and don't have necessarily as much support as they would with the full team all be on the one side. Nothing too crazy that we're seeing right off the bat here from this reinforcement of Aviator and Games. They got a shield within sight in order to play out from the vault itself. That's going to be a problem if that hard breach does find its mark on the vault wall, though.
Yeah, definitely. The other thing to keep in mind here is, well, something I want to highlight, I guess, more accurately, is we have mute, yeah, but also if you look at Melusi, she didn't bring impact. She actually brought the bulletproof, and there's been a buff to the bulletproofs, and I'm curious to know if we'll see it or not in this matchup. But now, when you use a bulletproof, you have one charge of an EMP, meaning you can actually get rid of a hard breach gadget on a wall if it's looking at it, for example. So that's something that adds on to what the mute's trying to do in the denial. It gives you another option for that. So that's really cool. Something that I don't think we get to see so often. At least I haven't in recent times with casting. So I'm just something to watch out for. It might come into play here.
Yeah, it's one of those interesting little tweaks to Melusi. Taking away her C4 is going to make her less of a frag operative, but adding even more utility to an already stacked kit is definitely going to be very nice. The defensive lineup here is really going to lend into just slowing down an attack on the objective itself, while the attackers have started to saddle up their offensive from the north side of the map.
Well, for us, screen keeps going gray. I'm not sure if that's a us issue or if that's an actual stream issue. Hopefully, it gets resolved. If it is, though, looking at what's going on here, though, as you mentioned, a split push is possible, but we see a lot of bodies coming over from statue and trophy. So nothing really has been allocated to the other side yet. But of course, once you get control of 90, get control of landing, which they seem to already have, the defenders have kind of just given that up, and even 90, they haven't really contested. Well, once that's taken control of, that's a way more viable time to have someone go over and maybe get on the study window or the study balcony. So that's something to watch out for.
The time is beginning to tick down at this race. More utility dump going down classical hallway, just what you were asking for, and it's going to clear out the shield and the Melusi gadget as well. Tommy's got most of those explosives out of the barrel at this point, trying to find that first pick of the match.
Ooh, Dello, a nice peek out, gets Tommy's head. It's going to be the opening kill of the round, coming in with just about a minute left. So DJ taking a little bit of damage, but not taken out completely yet. Seeing some peeks in from the study doorway through the map area. That's the problem with not having someone go around into the backside and getting on the window or the doorway of the study. Now the defenders can play that position. So we'll see if they actually allocate a man to go over there. Otherwise, kind of pushing off in the same direction. And that's Click, the man just talking about, gets the kill onto DK, and that's another one going in favor of you, Ottawa. There's only about 40 seconds remaining, and now it's a 3v5 for the attackers.
Diffuser didn't stay down on the ground for very long at all, but that wall, or that door, is very full of that toxic gas right now. Looks like a little bit of that speed-boosted rotation from the attackers as they try and find their point of entry. Only 20 seconds left to work with, and Dilo is still watching down the hallway. The defenders haven't really been forced out of position on site much at all.
Yeah, dying moments here of the round. Not too much to do for the defenders except for Lion. Wait, there's the peek out from Della. He's almost going to find a second. Can't quite do it. Nacho finding one. KJ's with the shotgun, though. Takes out DJ. And now Nacho's the only one in a 1v3. Not a lot of time left. Can't really do much. Tries to get a consolation, but is unable to do so. That's going to be the first round of defense one. And unfortunately, just losing early bodies is going to spell disaster on that attack.
Yeah, and a little bit of a slow push through the north side. It wasn't a bad way to start off at all, but it took too long to try and clear out any potential roamers, which there wasn't much roaming presence for. So Columbia College was more than happy to sit in sight and wait for the opportunities to come to them. Really a standout there, Dilo playing main stairs.
Yeah, the Jaeger, someone who we've seen fall out of favor, actually. Still brought for utility, but you often see him not actually brought by the top fraggers anymore because that gun is just not as wieldy as it used to be. In that case, though, Dello made good work of it. So still not letting that slow them down. Now, moving on, they're going to have to go to a different bomb site, and that is going to be the trophy and statue bomb site. That's the area of what we saw them push through last time to get to the other bomb site. Now it's kind of the opposite. So the question really about the push here is, are they going to take the study side, the planes and games side, and then also try and duo push? Because last time it really was a one-dimensional push, and it really hurt them. Could have allocated a body over on the other side. Maybe got a kill on that player playing. I think it was Click on the Malusi over in the study area, but they didn't do that. And so if we're going to see one-dimensional push here again, it's just going to be kind of the same end more than likely. So I'd like to see you Ottawa just kind of get a little bit more dynamic with the attack, just give a little bit of a leverage for themselves by having another area where they're putting pressure.
Yeah, Columbia College is looking to extend that pressure. We saw the setup with their shields pretty well out into master bedroom, supported with the Jaeger ADSs. So it's going to make it very easy to play heavily into a one-dimensional push if it comes from that direction. D'Lo is going to be the one out there. I think a shield on either side to play this little corner that we're seeing right there. The attack isn't immediately coming from over here, though, and Columbia College does have 4 players dedicated to the northern face of the map.
So that is going to be the planes and games side, with 90 and landing going to be the key positions for the attacking side of Ottawa. They're going to have to get that positions locked down if they want to get any sort of site execution. But the other thing is, it's still not enough. Just those 2 doorways there. You still need more than that. So someone's going to have to come up Master stairs, or someone's going to have to push in through Master. That's really the only other avenues you have. And if you don't put pressure on either side of those, then well, the defenders can play in Master Bedroom. They can play in Astro for free if someone doesn't get on the window or up the stairs. So you have to have a little bit more pressure, like I said, and that's the concern. So hopefully this time they'll get the control of those positions we're talking about, but also then just rotate someone out, get some more pressure somewhere else.
The active droning's looking a lot better already in this round versus last round. DKMD drone now Oxshire in order to make sure that they can get some presence out across the hallway, but Click is well underneath and with plenty of information from the Valkyrie cameras, which have been left on the board and have the potential to be so impactful. I mean, right off the bat, a free opening kill.
Yeah, opening kill yet again going for Columbia, and that's just going to help their cause further. Click being very aggressive and just trying to buy even more time. Already got a kill. KJ is going to get in on the action, though, and get a kill onto Nacho. So, again, a 3v5 for you, Ottawa. They've been in this position before. Did not bowled well last time. Getting the swing out. Can't get the kill, though. Click finding another one on the round. That's a double. We're going to see Dello getting in the action, too. DK off the board, and a 1v5 for DJ. That's not a good position to be. It's a flawless Dello. Second on the round, and, well, Columbia, 2 in a row.
Well, I came into this thinking that Columbia College might be one of the teams to beat, especially in this division, if not a broader wave of the NECC. And already they're showing that they have that. A flawless round in round 2. They took a little bit of time to size up U Ottawa, but already they have the read on the U Ottawa attack.
Yeah, you Ottawa, again, just can't get the opening kill, and then also just pushing from one side, and it's kind of questionable that when you don't ban the Valk, you know that she's available, to not be aware of it, not be on the watch for those cams. And unfortunately, it really bit them. I mean, losing that opening kill that is a freebie. Couldn't be any more free than a C4 from below when you have cams on them. So they have to be a little bit more careful here. I think they're just getting lost in the rhythm that Columbia is setting. And now in a basement hold, this is their best opportunity for them to take a round. And False is a decent op for getting information, but he also is someone who doesn't have the greatest gun. So that being brought with a cap can, as long as you take care of those traps, I say that those are weaker operators as long as you don't fall prey to their gadgets. And so if that's the case, then I think you Ottawa could be in a good position here. Just got to play it well.
Yeah, Pulse is going to serve a really similar role here to the Valkyrie that we just saw. So if U Ottawa isn't able to keep up intel and that awareness of what's going on, especially below them, then we could see just as devastating of kills with the C4s, which you might notice Columbia is bringing a couple of them. One of them has been pre-placed or maybe was used there in the prep phase, but there's still 3 of them in the pockets right now waiting for their chance to strike.
Yeah, I see 2 of them. The Click on the Mozzie, and then of course the Capcan. They used theirs as well. So you're right. Are they pre-placed or did they use them for something else? I know that the mute has the shotgun, so you would think they wouldn't need to use it for a rotate. So that's interesting. I didn't really see anyone throw it up, but might have just missed it. Either way, you see the push coming up. It is in bedroom, so that's right above sight. You can see KJ is sitting on the pulse. He's just gonna be able to get all this information that they want. And Click above, of course, going to be the one to contest, and he's had a lot of success in the opening parts of rounds, getting those 2 opening kills. And there's another one on to Tommy, and things just going the same old for Colombia, and unfortunately for Ottawa.
Those are some delicious heartbeats for KJs to be saying right there, just feeding the information to teammates. Click being the one to pick up on it at 2K on the round already, and not too far away from those kills already are 3 more players, and heartbeat still being sensed even out to Bicycle Room, and Click is going to follow that information directly.
Oh, it just retreats back. You got a double kill. Might as well just hang out now. You've already bought enough manpower and hopefully even time now, as they're going to be having to clear out more with less drones available. You know, those players died early. They probably even had a drone in pocket, so it's wasted utility now. And then from there, you didn't even gain any control when you lost those bodies. So you didn't have anything. He was still up there, and now you have to make sure, is he still up there, even though he obviously retreated for us? These players don't know that. So that's just going to be more time bought on the side of Colombia. And when you're defenders, that's a really good thing. Now, Dello is going to get taken out by Nacho, though, so that brings things back a little bit for Ottawa, but they have a lot more to do here.
Yeah, Nacho was forced to delve into the darkness, though, without the drone, and knowing that there are players ahead, choosing a different angle did get him in there, and DKMD making plenty of ground. Click, though, is going to pull up from behind, removing Nacho, and trying to find another one to start cleaning this up, but U Ottawa not looking as rough now that they've gotten those 2 picks. Click is still on a rampage, though.
It took a lot of damage just now, but still alive and gun in hand. That's going to be KJ's pushing in with the ump and getting a double to finish the round. You don't think the ump can be that devastating, but when you get a surprise attack from the side, it hits just as well as anything else.
Yeah, so much mileage from him in that round. So much. I mean, the first 2 kills from Click were directly attributable to the information coming from below right there. And once again, it's a bit of a one-dimensional push from Ottawa that's really playing directly into what Columbia College was wanting.
Ying being brought. That's interesting. I mean, they do need something to be the catalyst to change, because you've just given up a full rotation of sites. So you know they're going to go back to planes and games. What can you do to switch it up? Well, I thought the Ying would be nice, actually, but they go to the sledge. Now, they didn't try the sledge on this bomb site. They brought the, if we remember correctly, 6 picked over to the Finca. So a similar op in the sense that they have nades. And well, one has a Gon 6 and the other one has a hammer for self-destruction. So, I mean, each has their own utility, but it doesn't feel like they're all that different in the role they're going to play. And that tells me they're kind of sticking to what they did last time. Now, the big difference I guess I could highlight, though, is that DJ is now not on the Thermite, but instead on a Maverick. But this isn't a map in general, really, where Maverick sees a lot of play, and there's usually pretty good reason for that. He just doesn't have all that much utility.
Yeah, I think that's really begging to see him on the safe wall, because that's one of the places where dealing with a mute jammer, it might be a little more applicable. And we do see the mute jammer playing there. It's going to make it a little bit easier to just nade it out and make sure that you're getting the wall, and it's going to ensure that you have line of sight into objective. That we can do that split push. They did successfully open it up on round 1 when they had the double hard breach, but they just weren't able to capitalize on it. So that's what I'm really going to be watching for in this round, is to see if Ottawa can get like a second point to get those crossfires into sight. We saw Smokes just totally shut them down on Aviator Doorway.
Well, push coming out from the other side yet again, so nothing surprising here. Now, again, it wasn't necessarily a bad push from the get-go. I mean, a lot of teams start the same way, but again, not putting any pressure on study, or you could alternatively go up main stairs if you feel like you can get away with it, right? But they didn't do either of those things. It's from one side. So that's, again, the concern for me, is like when a team makes a mistake, it's fine as long as you can adjust for it and learn from it and do better, right? But if you do the same thing expecting different results if it didn't work the first time, well, of course, that's what the definition of insanity is, right? I think that's what Einstein said. So let's hope that they have some adjustments, and not just a player or operator swap in this case, but even just a little bit different of a push, I think, is what's necessary.
Yeah, and there is DJ and Tommy pushing up on the first angle, trying to find their line of sight. And once again, Columbia has opted to stay totally off of the north side of the building. they just want Ottawa to push right up to them on the lanes of sight that they have already established, especially with all of the shields that they have brought to the table.
Yeah, they are pretty much giving up 90 and red. So that's actually something you pray for when you're attacking. They could have took this ground so much faster for one. And it's already been halfway through the round, but they could easily push up and take that. Just take it. And then from there you have to obviously try and figure out where you're going to finagle some more room for yourself. And usually maps is a pretty good place because you can get someone on the study balcony or window, and then that player can't play where they are, like right now on the doorway of maps, because they can be seen from straight from behind themselves right now. But Click getting away with it. That's a nice shot on the DK. That's gonna be the opening kill yet again for Columbia. Every single round they have gotten the opening kill, and every single round so far they've won, so seems to be a good method for success. Okay, sure though, does get a refrag onto Click, so gonna shut down that before it becomes too much of a problem.
Yeah, Click finally being felled. A bit of a titan so far in this game. DKMD is going to go down as well. And the Goyo has finally been removed from Classical Hallway, which is already further than they were able to get in round one. But the clock is starting to show for it. Just over 35 seconds left as we speak. The Maverick has been used right there on the hallway. And it's giving good line of sight, if not a point to actually plant in objective. But this is really valuable.
Well, Smoke Babe's coming out, just trying to burn off even more time, as they don't have much more to waste before they win. 18 seconds remaining here. Dello gonna get aggressive on the player. He knows he's outside the window. The flash comes through. He is blinded, but the other players don't seem to be doing anything about it. It's gonna get swung, and actually the kill will come out, but in the meantime, Jason and Oni each getting a kill in sight for the defense. Tommy pushing in from the backside, trying to pinch this player. He does get the kill, but Jason shuts that down. You can't plant behind the vault door, and another round for Columbia. 4 in a row, and if Ottawa don't change something soon, this could be a slaughter.
Yeah, this is looking devastating so far, but that was the best round that we've gotten the pleasure of seeing from Ottawa so far. A lot of that came on the back of given ground from Columbia, but that's not any different from the other rounds that we've seen. So if Ottawa can speed up their attack a little bit, they're a little hesitant, I think, is the thing that's slowing them down. They're a little scared, especially right off the back of those first two rounds. Those are terrifying from Columbia College.
I totally agree. The main issue was time. I mean, if we think about it, they gave up the control. Had they just taken 90 and gotten red control, and of course, watch out for a player peeking you from behind the little map area with barbed wire covering their head. That was a cheeky position by Click, if ever I saw one. But if they're aware of that, they just, you don't even have to play in that area. Just have red stairs covered, right? Just have that area covered so they can't flank you, and then get control of 90. They did, you saw the sledge get on study window, and he got the kill on that player. Great job, but what amount of time was remaining? 18 seconds. It's not enough time. So had they just done things a little bit faster, they had everything going for them that they would have wanted. That player wouldn't have had to try and push him behind vault door because they would have had more time, hopefully. And then you have a 2v2 that you can hopefully bring to a win. So things were a lot better, but it's still hurting themselves by being too timid.
The thing that really stuck with me that you said, Wielku, was that if they could get someone on the window to put pressure on maps, that it would be so big. Because we saw a Click get killed off finally, but he did get a kill right before that. And just by positioning another player not on the same push as all 5 of the members of the team could have invalidated Click's cheeky position with the barbed wire pretty easily. And that's really that thing that we're seeing. The team is all playing on top of each other right now at Ottawa. And that's going to guarantee your refrags, and that's great, but you don't need 4 teammates with you. If you got 1 or 2, usually that's going to be able to do it if you're coming correctly. So I think I'd love to see them branch out strategically a little bit more.
I like the creep up from the basement. Okay, sure, on red could find someone here. Now, we do see Click is the one trying to bait these players out of study. They're actually creeping up, though. The wall is blocking the sights. They can't see it. Tommy gets the kill on Click. Oh my goodness, what a nice job there. They finally get a little bit of revenge on Click, who's been a menace to them in the opening of every other round virtually, and this time they actually get it to go. Now the advantage in Ottawa for the first time ever in this matchup, so good job from them. I want to see now what is OK Sure going to do with that presence below. It seems like they have cleared it out. I think it's just actually going to join his brethren over there at the main stairs, but we do see some rotations coming out. I do think some of these players might be going over to Master. Can't quite tell where they're going. Yeah, you see DJ and DK, so they might be trying to get some pressure, and this is what we're talking about with split pushes. You need pressure in multiple areas. This is exactly what you want, and your hard breach there with a fragger is the perfect combination. but they have a lot to contend with here. Castles, and of course, you see the shield.
Yeah, interestingly, a hard breach isn't going to be as valuable here due to this weird setup that we're seeing from
That's a
Ottawa.
nice nade, but
Oh, that's such a good spot, but the kill doesn't come back with it, and the hard wall is going up as well. D'Lo getting away with that for free. Tommy is going to get a kill, which is great, but D'Lo is able to get that. Are they crouch spamming now?
oh, I see Oni trying to swing on the player that they know is next to Boar window there, but not able to get the kill. But Dello finds one. That's on to DK, so things are swinging back in the favor of Columbia. Oni with the SMG-11 in hand takes out OK, sure. And now we have Jason, Dello, and Oni, a 3-2 against Nacho and DJ. Nacho and DJ were the ones we saw DJ outside of Master. And then Nacho now, well, they're going to be down, so they're not going to do too much. It's really on the back of DJ now, who's standing outside of the building still. Not a lot to do here. And they get put out of their misery. It's such a shame, too, because that looked so much better from Ottawa even than any other round, and yet they somehow just aren't able to be there for each other, letting some swings come out that don't favor them.
Yeah, I mean, we're sitting here on the back of that 0-5. I mean, I think this is interesting to see in a few ways. Losing gunfights is always going to just end you up in this situation, and that might just be a gun skill difference, but despite that, there's plenty that you can take away from this. Uh, Besides that, both teams are resistant even. I was going to say hesitant, but I would say they're resistant to changing their default strategies to what the other team is doing. Colombia is winning their fights, but they're refusing to acknowledge what they're actually going to see from Ottawa. Take, for example, D'Lo playing out there in Master Bedroom. We saw it in round 2 on the same objective on Trophy, but it didn't get any mileage because Ottawa never went to Master Bedroom. And they're going to put up that same defense once again with the bulk of the team's defensive utility all placed for one player out there in Master Bedroom, which is something that wasn't even used on a previous round. And I don't think it was a worthwhile investment of resources the second time around either, because they just got pushed by 2 players once the round was about midway through.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly where to put my finger on this one because Colombia has been playing well, but Ottawa has had moments where they could have capitalized and certainly won a round, right? They've had the advantage last round for certain, and yet they're just not able to bring it to fruition. And that just comes on the back of letting things slip just slightly, right? All it takes is a moment of hesitation or just a bad call or judgment, and it can cost you big in a game like this. So that's just what it is. It doesn't mean that they're not playing well. It doesn't mean they haven't had opportunities. It hasn't gone their way, and hopefully it's a lot to learn looking back at this. But it's only map 1 as well, and it's not over, so can't count them out just yet. The one thing I would say is that you mentioned, is it worth allocating resources in certain areas? And I see an Amaro on OK Sure, and this is just a map where Amaro doesn't have the greatest utility except for a very niche things like going up through the hatch if they're going to play in living room and getting a plant in sight. Like that's the one time I think I've ever seen it really useful on this map.
Yeah, it's a little bit interesting to see. So I don't know, it might just be getting more time in the early phase, which I've already said I'm a proponent of for the Ottawa attacks. Whatever's going to get them taking ground faster, which they already are much more successful with. This is about as much ground as they usually get about a minute from now into the round. They do lose Tommy, who's been pushing up to try and get Jason, and Oxshire does go down as well. So unfortunately, that's going to leave them a little bit separated from each other, but DKMD is going to pick up Click as well. That's 2 deaths for the attackers, and they're even on numbers for one of the few times in the series that we've seen so far.
Oh, KJ is trying to peek out, but DK punishes them. That's going to be a 3v2 now for Ottawa. They, once again, are putting themselves in a good position. This time it's early in a round. They have a minute and a half. They have plenty of time here. See drones in pocket of every single one of these surviving players on their team. Some even having 2, but you got to be careful. This is why you have a flank drone. Hopefully, Dello is going to start swinging out. And if you don't have anyone watching this, you could be paying a huge price. Going out of bicycle, Dello knows now I can pounce. They're not watching for it. Gets the kill onto DK. Tries to follow it up on the person who just jumped out of bike, but they're not able to do so. Now it's a 2v2, and they've given up some control. Now, DJ's trying to go for a plant here. The swing coming out. Some shots being missed from each player, and it's going to be completed. But Dello did see a player on their screen. Jason gets Nacho, and now it's all up to DJ, who was on that diffuser. Dello shuts him down, and it's going to be 6 in a row for Colombia. They're going to get a perfect half, and Ottawa is now, after this round, going to be on map 1 point.
That's a
against them.
phenomenal first game showing for Columbia College. I think they're going to be feeling really good off of this one going into game 2. And they're looking to set up for a good feeling week 1 performance if they can get the second map as we head over to Oregon in just a few minutes. Wait,
You expect,
I'm.
because there's one more round. But you expect
I can't count, Wheelku.
it might happen soon. We'll see. I mean, I don't want to jinx this.
I mean, potentially coming up in the next few minutes.
Yeah, you kind of little putting the
Jumping
cart
the
ahead of
gun
the
on
horse
this one.
there. Yeah.
No, I
That's
100% of my brain thought this was I thought that was 7. So
Like
we do
7-0.
get to
Oh, there
switch
it is.
sides here. I really jumped the gun on that. We didn't even have switch sides.
That's okay. Lineup's looking a bit different though. As you can see, Ace is being brought, which we didn't see on the other side when Ottawa were on their attack. Also, Buck being allocated instead of the Sledge, and then on the defense, well, Bandit being brought. We saw Mute favored more so. So each team having their own preference in the lineup. Can't really say that there's technically any lineup that's better. I mean, you can have some arguments about that, but overall, it's really just how are you going to play it, right? How are you going to play as a team? What kind of hold are you looking for? Are you buying time? Are you giving up? What areas of the map are you giving up, right? We see that both teams really like that. Goyle, obviously, shields have been huge on this map. This is kind of bringing me back to like the meta from like 2 years ago when shields were everywhere on this map. And it was like the utility burn, right? We just like kept dumping everything just to get rid of those shields so you could at least have an attempt on sight. It's not as bad as all that, but it just has that reminiscent feel with just how many shields we're seeing.
Yeah, it's not quite utility simulator, but that is 3 of them. And a lot more C4s being brought as well. 3 of them from the defense this time. I mean, we did get to cap out at all 5 C4s earlier, so we don't quite get to those numbers. But I do like this style of defense, especially for this objective, where those Goyles are going to hold down big, long lines of sight.
Going to spawn off in the same area, both attacking groups, which is over in Fountain, but they're not going upstairs. No, look, they have drones everywhere scouring the area. You see the drone work coming out. We didn't get to talk about that too much with you, Ottawa, but to be fair, they had a lot of drones in pocket. They didn't like utilize them poorly, but they also didn't necessarily utilize them well. You see Oni's drone is going to give away a position of the player who just shot at it, running back up the Astro stairs, and they need to have a drone in front of them. If Click pushes up, they're not going to have any information. But from behind, he knows that drone is going to feed the information. Click getting okay, sure, for the opening kill. Click has just had a great game so far, especially when it comes to opening engagements.
Absolutely. Just nearly impossible to shut him down. I mean, we see that really showing in that 9-3 right there that D'Lo is also sharing for the moment until we see more of the round.
Well, that's your Jaeger, Dad. It's the plug-and-play op, so it's not a huge loss, but it's still being down a man again. Just haven't seen you, Ottawa, be able to bring it back, really. So that's the real concern. And obviously, they've lost every round, so you could say that about any situation. But even rounds where, you know, they haven't shown that they can overcome adversity, and they haven't even shown us that they can take a advantage and bring it all the way through. So really, they're on defense now. They have some advantage, right? Time will favor them. They just need to buy a little bit more of it. And well, that body was lost a little early, I would argue, but looking at the time, we're getting closer to a minute. But the real concern is, where are the blue bodies that are watching map, right? Like, where are they? Because they're seemingly giving up that control a little bit too freely.
There's a lot of blue bodies out by Classical right now, which is not a bad place to be, especially since they know that KJ really wants to get in there and that Oni is taking the line of sight as well. They're going to be dumping some utility in here pretty quickly, so a strike from Ottawa to stop this wall from being opened up could be huge.
Well, the nade's certainly going to come through and sing away that bandit charge, and that's going to allow them to get things opened up. As he Click trying to push in, trying to wall bang, but Nacho's going to swing and get a kill. But now the wall's opened up, so Delo, KJ is each getting a kill. Now the plant coming out from Oni, and so it's all up to these 2 defenders, DJ and Tommy. They have to stop it. There's swing coming through, but he can't land the shots. That's going to be a post-plant situation. Delo shutting down 1. That's DJ. And now Jason able to get that last kill. Columbia, a 7-0 on map 1, and that's certainly going to hurt you, Ottawa.
Definitely the way that Columbia College wants to be starting out. A little less though, so from Ottawa, but like we said, a scary showing from Columbia College was to be anticipated here, and we'll see how if they interact a little bit more. They're kind of warming up, getting into the first match of the season. A lot of this is going to be hitting their stride for this first night before they've done even another match before now for the spring semester. So a little bit of this is going to be some growing pains. I mean, I'm sure gameplay wise, these teams are going to be totally different from what we see at the end of the season.
Right. I mean, the thing here too is there's a lot of room for growth. I mean, I
Oh yeah.
believe we said this. U Ottawa, this is their grade team, so this is a newer team, right? I think we saw them. If I remember correctly, they might have been the team that was all freshmen. If not, you didn't see many players who had been in the league for very long, we'll say. So they have a lot of room for growth and potential. Columbia, though, like we said before, had a very good run into the playoffs last season. So to see them dominate, they have a bit of a head start. But you also can think about, you know, can they catch up though? Because that's a pretty dominant win, a 7-0 on map one. Hopefully, map two is a little bit more contested by you, Ottawa Gray. But again, it's all for learning, right? So we'll see how map two goes. But for now, we'll take a short break. We'll be right back with Oregon. Hey everyone, welcome back. I'm Wealku, joined by the vivacious treasure.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, I got some words too, man. I got it. We just watched a pretty dominant showing from Colombia. No other way to put it, right? 7-0. You don't see that every day, so good for them. But that's map one. So that was on Villa. Now we get to go on to Oregon, map two. A little bit more. What would you say? Linear, right? There's a lot of different ways you can do things on Villa,
For
but
those of you who don't
Oregon
know,
not so much.
Wielku hates Oregon. That was the nicest way he could put it. On the other hand, I love Oregon,
Mm.
especially the basement objective and kids' dormitories objective play. That's like some peak siege to me because these are these angles that are so heavily played, and I just love to see. It's like a little test to be like, well, how are you going to deal up against someone else in these very stripped away situations?
Yeah, I suppose. I just think it's just so standard, right? It's like they're basic. They're
Yeah,
basic bees.
I,
You know what
I,
I'm
I
saying?
like a little basic, I guess.
Yeah, of course you do. Of course you do. You're wearing Adidas, so I mean, no, I'm just
Yeah, I got my
joking.
Adidas. I'm your typical white boy. I just want to see something nice and basic. I want to see a nice Oregon defense. I want to
You
see
probably
some more of
eat
those
steak and potatoes
shields
too.
too. Oh, I love steak and potatoes. But who
Yeah,
doesn't,
yeah.
right?
I mean, I do
Uh,
too, but
yeah,
it wasn't the
yeah.
greatest one. I got to come with
White
something better
boys
than that.
unite, right?
Yeah. I wonder, are we able to go into the map? I don't want to like rush our observer. I just want to. Oh, we're waiting. Okay, so no worries. We can do that.
All right, we
So
we got a little
let's
time
take a
to
look.
jive.
Yeah. Let's talk about what we just saw, though. I mean, we just saw a huge dominant performance, but we did see some things that we could highlight. So I'll let you take it. There's an easy one that comes to mind for me, but I'll let you talk about it if you
Well, now it feels like I'm being tested. Well, I'm gonna say, like, I'm gonna piggyback on what I already said, which is the shield gameplay. We saw a bunch of
want.
Goyo, which you mentioned earlier, and I love Goyo being brought for basement, and I love him being brought for the second floor. And of course, there's always an interesting thing to see, especially in collegiate level gameplay, where you really don't know what the third objective is going to be as well. So there's so many surprises, and it's such a dynamic meta at the level that Champions Division gameplay is at, where I'm excited for those less basic things that are going to be exciting holds on the first floor. We see like castle play, we see extensions with Maestro into showers sometimes, all the way out by dining hall. I love that. It's so exciting to see what they're going to think and bring to us.
Well, let's go ahead and jump in. We'll see what they do bring to us. I do think that you mentioned the third map or the third bomb site. It's very much up in the air. You'll see meetings sometimes, but you'll also see showers, like you said. So, what will we see? I think the bans here that we're going to see can help dictate that because if you have a Cade, it makes meeting way more viable, right? You just throw one Cade, you get the walls up in the attic, and you get the walls down below in the meeting room. So obviously that makes it a lot easier versus maybe you have a mute at best and you have to put two different jammers, one on each floor, and then you only have two more to allocate somewhere else. And a lot easier to get rid of those jammers. And we already know the nerf on that. They don't always reach to the top of the wall either. So there's ways around it, I guess is what I'm saying. Now, gonna see Thatcher ban, not surprising, but the Flores ban maybe a little bit. We know that he's able to take care of shields very easily, and both these teams brought Goyo last map, so obviously get him out of the way so he doesn't clear out your shields so easily.
Yeah, that's going to be so important if we're going to see nearly as many shields as before. We didn't see too much Flores gameplay, but definitely removing him before it's a problem is the wave. Mira being gone as well, she is so impactful on the more played objectives. In the basement, you can put her out by electrical box, and she's just going to keep constant eyes on blue, and that's also a great power position for watching big tower stairs. And those are two of the highest trafficked areas on the map.
Looking at the bans, we have Valk is available again. So on the defensive side, I expect to see her being brought and being a menace. We saw last time Colombia had utilized her pretty well, especially one specific round. We saw that C4 from below. So wouldn't be surprised to see her brought again. But in this case, in the lineup, at least so far, not coming through. There are some ops that could be switched out. Do you really need a Maestro and a Smoke? Sometimes that's a good combo, but usually those do the same role, which is denial a lot of the time. And I would see perhaps the switch away, or even the Malusi switching away over onto that Valk could be a very similar op for getting frags. Both of them have very easy guns to control, don't have like any recoil, right? So, but in this case, they actually don't go with her, so they're going to forego the Valk that's available to them and stick with this line.
Yeah, I gotta say that the Valkyrie and the Malusi, those are some caster guns. Those are ones that I will
Oh yeah.
use. That's how I managed to get myself a couple kills. Those little laser beams with big ol' fire rates. But good guns being brought as well with the Maestro. He's always going to be a really nice anchor there, if not being a little bit covering the same base as Smoke. So maybe we'll see one of them playing a little bit further up, a little more aggressively, or might be a more anchor heavy hold. Maybe one of them playing up close on the games room wall and another one playing out in dormitories, which I think is more likely going to be the spot for the Maestro because it's very rare to see a Maestro outside of dorms.
Now, what is a bit surprising to me on the attacking side is they didn't bring Maverick, and he's available. And now you have hard breach, and you're gonna have to go below and clear out these meat jammers, which isn't like super hard by any means, but it does have a little bit more element of a risk to it, I would argue, versus the Maverick. And also, you can just have Maverick go solo, oftentimes, or even just have one player with him. You don't have to use utility on the downstairs parts of the floors. So that's something else to be aware of. Speaking of peeking out, we saw, okay, sure, going for some revenge, but it didn't get Click, and Click lives yet even further to try and get that opening kill that he did so often in map 1.
Yeah, Click was really diving right into Classroom to try and find the first kill. He's not going to be able to one to get it because KJ is the one that actually finds okay, sure. So that's one player off. Like you said, the plug-and-play operator, though, so Jaeger's not going to be the hugest missed components. D'Lo already pushed all the way up the stairs ahead of Click, but is going to lose their head to Nacho, who's been watching that with the SMG-11. Now he's going to have to watch the wall since Oni's already opened it up. This really quick pushing from Columbia College. They've taken a lot of ground.
Yeah, that's a trade you'll take for Ottawa, actually, because that is grenades out, that is a Gone 6 out, and Yana pushed up by themselves, like you said. It was a little unwise. They could have used a Yana clone even, right? I know there's some mute jammers, but still, they could have utilized that a little bit more cautiously. You already got the opening kill. You didn't need to be overly aggressive. No, Oni's going to get the eyes on that player who had just gotten that kill in the corner here, but they're in a good position. If Click tries to swing this, a lot of different areas they can get swung from, a lot of different doorways over in the bunk area by double window. So they could easily get taken out. Oh, he just saw the flicker of a head over by the bunk beds, but not able to secure the kill. No, Nacho still playing in this position. It is a little bit dangerous, but they still haven't figured out how to deal with him yet.
What I really wish we would have saw just now was Click pushing up simultaneously with Oni into that big 90-degree angle. They had a lot of intel to work off, but only one of them peaked and they weren't able to actually get anything. Fortunately, their teammates are going to make it happen in Attic. They've already pushed 2 players in there, and it's down to DKMD and Tommy in the back corners of sight. They've got nice guns to work with, but they're a little bit outnumbered and they're losing ground in objective. KJ lands that triple kill, leaving DKMD on their own with the Alda.
Alda in hand's a good weapon, but you're up against 2 guns as Oni is getting the plant down that lives them fall prey to this. A peek out, that's the one found, but can't find the second. Oni off the plant can get the kill onto DK and secure the first round for Columbia.
Number 1 mistake with an LMG. Took the finger off the trigger for a second there, but realistically, that was really close to getting that second kill. And I think we see the glimmer right there for the defense. It's been 8 rounds lost in a row here, but Ottawa is not giving up hope, and they're not going to go down without a fight. That was one of the better rounds that we've gotten to see here, and they're going to be able to take this a little bit more by the horns by getting to choose the objective, getting to set up the defense the way that they like, and clearly they like it if they're bringing the same hold once again.
Ottawa looked pretty good on the defense overall. I mean, nothing too much to criticize, but just didn't have the advantage in the positionings at the end of it all. And well, that's kind of what you do as attackers. You open up those walls, and that's why when this map first came out, it was really defender sided, but now it's really kind of gotten more of an even split to it, as teams really have figured out you can open up some of these walls and get really nice angles for yourselves on attack, which oftentimes isn't the case on a lot of maps. Excuse me. So I do believe that that is something that we should watch out for in the future. This isn't necessarily a one-side map one way or the other, but Ottawa, that's now going to be 8 rounds in a row against them if we're going to go with that 7-0. Obviously, there's kind of a reset mentality, but you can't let it get too far away from you, because that just leaves you with a chalked mentality. And it's not always easy to pretend that it reset, because you just got 7-0. It's not something you could always just forget about.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of rounds right there. It's going to start making you a little bit tired of losing, I imagine. And I see in Ottawa to find some rounds for themselves here. What I'm really looking for starting this round, though, is Click. Click has dictated the pace of the first half of every round. I think every round period that we've seen in this series so far. So seeing exactly what he's going to do, I think is going to be pretty fascinating. He's already pushed up his explosives to make sure there's no mute jammer there and putting some pressure on Nacho to keep some gunfire going and getting the first kill directly in sight already. That's going to be huge.
What a mad lad. Just like on a train
What a
wreck
mad
here,
lad.
just going through and just getting kills and kills. Every opening engagement, seemingly, when they're involved, either they're not dying or they're getting the kill. Right? I mean, they died once, I guess, last map as an opening death as a little bit of a revenge, but outside of that anomaly, it didn't really fall for them. But the swing coming out and actually missed a few of the shots, but still, okay, sure, wasn't aware of that peak. So Click just having enough of an advantage with the surprise to get the kill. And that's 2 on the round, and you Ottawa in a bad position, a lot worse than last time on the same exact bomb site. So going to the same bomb site, we've talked about how you kind of give up your hand, and this is really where that concern is. Now the attackers are even more comfortable attacking what you've thrown at them the first time. But Tommy at least able to get the kill on a Click to shut him down. He's not going to get any more kills this round. He's going to have to rely on his other teammates to kind of bring it through.
They're going to play pretty safe here. The numbers are not on their side, and neither is time. They need to tick down those deaths one by one and try and make sure the plant doesn't get to go down. Oni is going to get a kill, though, taking away another blue side defender. Tommy's going to get a second one, though, on the round, making it a 2v3. Slightly more doable than it was just a moment before.
They're in a 2v3 last time, and I think it's the exact same players, and then Tommy died in this situation because Tommy has been the one to get the kills, but he also is the one who has to be aggressive, and that's
Yes, but I say
a
these are
hard
some
thing to
aggressive
do.
peaks. But
And they're
that
hard,
got
though,
the
because
click
of the
kill.
position. It's true, it did, but now you're in a hard position to do so. Now, there is the player kind of locked outside of the closet there, and that could actually be a good thing for them. They have a minute, though, so that's a lot of time for the attackers to utilize, and if you look at the drone economy, 2 drones in the pocket of cages, and then his teammates each have 1. So they have plenty of time here to get some drones, find where these players are playing if they wanted to. But instead, they're just going for that default plant position. Jason going to kill on the DK, and then KJ's follows it up. Columbia, even more dominant than the first time on this bomb site. I'm thinking Ottawa's going to have to go somewhere else.
Yeah, I think we definitely see a switch of objective here. Columbia College continuing that signature gameplay, playing very safe and measured. Even when they've got the numbers advantage on their side, they're going to take their time, get a little bit more intel, and make sure that the default plant is plenty safe to get that down. And seeing the same situation play out twice in a row, Columbia knew what they were getting into, and they're just going to make sure they could bring it home, no questions asked. And I really respect that.
Player we have not, or excuse me, more an operator we have not seen brought yet is Wamai. Very much missed in the game on Villa here being brought for the first time, but it makes sense because you want to hold elbow, right? So now you have the Jaeger Wamai combo. That's going to make that a lot more secure of a position. And it's going to make it so these attackers don't have that avenue, which is oftentimes one of the favored one when it's when it's favored, but in this case, it's really not going to be with all that utility that they have to burn through. Now, the other thing, though, is KJ's is bringing a Capital, so depending where those discs are placed, it could stop the fires, but it also could be missed, right? You only have so many 1 discs, and they come over time. You know, you lose the 1 early, that Capital could actually see some value, but we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, and really interestingly, seeing the glass come out, I think Columbia College is definitely anticipating a basement switch, especially after winning second floor twice in a row. Uh, I might just be unaware, or they might be pulling out something surprising here. I'm not sure where Oni's going to go at all, I must admit. So I'm excited to see how that pans out. And I'm also interested about that Capital. Can be really impactful on electrical box if you are going from bunker side, and putting some fire arrows right behind the pillar is also a great thing. Pillar is such a strong spot down by Tall Tower Stairs.
Indeed. The other thing, too, is that he has smokes, not just fire grenades. And smokes on the Capital mixed with the smoke grenades that the glass, of course, can bring themselves. Well, they can see through the smoke, of course. And so that's going to give them the advantage of just having a lockdown and making it so the lines of sight are only available for them, not the opponent. And that's obviously very strong, but it's circumstantial, right? So it really has to be played correctly. Any missed opportunity or the smoke isn't thrown properly leaves a little bit of an opening for the defenders to see through, right? Off to the left or right side of it. It wasn't placed perfectly. That can spell disaster. But Click again getting an opening kill onto DK. I don't know how many that is, but it's way too many. You Ottawa have to shut this man down. Oh, another kill from Dello and a grenade is going to shut down Nacho. That's going to put them into the 5v3. Dello finding another Oni, finding one Tommy. Only one alive in a 1v5. He gets one 1v4, but can't get any more. Click began and ended the round with a kill. And yet again, Colombia are looking unstoppable.
That is monstrous. I was spending my time focused on that glass, but what was really going down was that push through freezer. I was about to say right before you caught it that, or I was like, oh my God, Delo's running it down into sight. We'll see what he can get. But then I immediately realized that Click, of course, is 10 feet ahead already and aiming down sights, ready to just slaughter his way through there. The two of them just an onslaught of explosives, especially when those flashbangs started coming out, directly followed by a frag grenade with D'Lo getting the second kill. That's that's some of that coordination that I was really hoping to see, especially on the offense, that we've been missing a little bit from Columbia College because they play patiently for the most part. Click, you're excluded. Don't listen to this part. But the rest, the overall as a team, they're playing pretty patiently. So playing really fast and reacting to each other's plays so quickly is a little bit more of that explosiveness that I want to see out of them so badly.
You know, what was a little surprising though is you usually have that rotate leading into towards laundry, and that rotate. You saw they had the head height holes into the wall. They reinforced one side, and the other one was soft into freezer between the bomb site and freezer. So that's interesting that no one was playing near the rotate who could quick peek looking all the way towards freezer. That's really usually an advantage of an angle for the defenders, and yet they're just able to walk on through freezer and no one contested them until the player in the back of freezer who has to swing around. They don't have that long angle that could have been held by a teammate. So just a missed opportunity for Ottawa, and maybe they just weren't ready for a quick push like that. It did happen rather quickly, so maybe caught off guard and they would have had someone there. I don't know for certain, but obviously you got to be aware that that is a possibility. And when people are also feeling very confident, and they're more likely to just throw some weird things at you, which might explain the glass, but maybe there's also
Yeah, I was
just
about to
a
say.
default strat that they have that I'm unaware of.
Yeah, we've been seeing quite a bit more glass as of late. Even at SI, I was surprised to see a little bit tuning in the other day. We're seeing a little bit of that red and orange meta from a couple years ago, with the Finca and glass being some common picks, especially the Finca. But Columbia College is mixing it up this round, making a little bit more direct use of the sniper that they do have out on big window. They're going to keep that big gun pointed directly towards dormitories where DKMD is hiding out trying to find opportunities. It's going to make it hard to use those cameras very effectively if there's explosions all around you.
Ooh, Tommy has a position here that could catch Dello from behind. Dello, though, pushing up and getting the kill on Nacho. That play should come out, but is he going to be aware? Is he going to have the timing here? Well, they're slowly just creeping around. They're not going to do much here, and already Dello in kitchen, so that's a missed opportunity. Grenade going to sink through, and actually DK just walked right into it. That's now 2 kills. Cage is going to be down, though, so DJ does finish that one off, but I think, yes, Dello did just catch the shadow of Tommy, puts the bullet in his head, and now the 2v4 comes through, and it's a post-plant situation. It's not looking great for Ottawa.
Dello is running away with this round with a beautiful, beautiful split push up white stairs. DJ finally been taken out. That's a quad kill on the round. Can it be the ace? If he can find OK, sure, pulling up the stairs where he got his very first kill just a couple moments ago. The diffuser's going down here pretty quick. And there it is. There's the ace from Dello, having a time all the way up everywhere on the second floor. Not trackable at all with a great frag from down below. That was a beautiful one.
Dello just took control of the round, not stopped. And honestly, it was kind of a missed opportunity from Tommy, who was playing down in security. Could have flanked them as soon as that kill came through, but just they seemed timid. They were just slow walking around. When they finally swung through, it was too late. And they actually got caught too, which was just unfortunate timing. But at the same time, act on the information quickly. At least peek out of the door of security looking towards the bottom of white. You know that they're probably going to rotate down, or they're stuck up at white. trying to push site and you can flank them either way. So if you want to be patient, you just let them come down white and just hope that they walk into your line of sight then, because you have it locked down from that security angle, or you just push up quickly. But you can't slow that. You can't the slow walk around and try and hope that they're not gonna already be moving either up or down, right? Like it wasn't the right move. And obviously hindsight is 2020 there, so you can't fully fault them. But at the same time, your teammate just died and you're in a position down below for a reason. Why are you down there? Well, you're down there to either get the flank or shut people down as they push in. You didn't do either one of them, and unfortunately then that just allowed them that free reign, and then the terror began.
And terrifying it was. I think for Ottawa, I think this matchup against Columbia College, it's pretty starkly turning towards Columbia College here, but I don't think it's without value at all. I think if I was Ottawa right now, or in a little bit, I'd love to go over this VOD and check out the positioning specifically, because there's so many of these moments, just like the thing you were talking about, where especially the flanking, they're just a little bit off, and it's timid plays when you're unsure where Columbia College's players are going to be. And it's just a little bit of it's a game knowledge thing, really. And I think getting to see it from that third person angle is going to help a little bit by seeing that you were just 10 feet off. It's not even that far, really, that's costing lives.
And again, it's just small moments can cost big. And here is one. The drone work was not done well. Tommy playing patiently this time has a really good opportunity. He just needs to not be too patient here. A third one just jumped in.
It's like a
Hopefully you
cloud
heard
car.
that. You can do it. You can do it. Just push eventually here. You can't let them get a. Oh my God. Jason gonna get the opening kill, and now Tommy. There's no bodies. We can't see any highlights. He has to start pushing down in towards white and then towards freezer stairs, and he could easily get some kills here. He just needs to actually push out. Please, Tommy, you can do this. This is a free opportunity. Freebies to your right, man. You're playing it too patiently. Your teammates down. They're already going to be pushing sight. He's missing out here, and unfortunately, that's going to allow these defenders to just get taken advantage of. But Tommy now pushing down white does get the double, so it's not too little, too late. But now it is at least just an even man count. Both teams now going to take a small breather and just try and reevaluate what they want to do.
There's a lot of orange on these laundry stairs here for a moment. They know there's an enemy amongst their back line, so they've got to pull back up here and do that drone work that they did not do earlier that allowed Tommy to get 2 kills for free. He's going to take out that flank drone. He doesn't have to push up here, but he might as well if he thinks there's a little bit more pressure there. But KJ is the one who comes out the better of that fight. Nacho looking to push upstairs as well. Maybe a little ill-advised without the intel. They don't know that Columbia College isn't over here, leaving DKMD alone on site.
Alone on site is the main concern, right? Even if you had some information, like if it's a 3v3, I can see it, but now you're in a 2v3 and one of your players isn't even there to defend. But this actually could pay off. That's diffuser down and the kill onto Oni. So things, while I was a little concerned, I guess there's no need for it. Now advantage swinging towards you, Ottawa, as they have the diffuser down and it's a 2v2. Time is going to favor them more, but KJ's is going to get the peek out in the kill onto DK. And now diffuser might be down, but it's a 1v2. You have to protect that and hope that you can buy enough time or just get the kills. He's holding a more passive angle, and that could be good or it could really be bad. 30 seconds remaining. He has to play it a little bit more, well, aggressively here, and that C4 is not going to land at all. And now they have the diffuser. It's going to get away from him, and now he has to do a retake on site.
Oh, this is going to be really rough with Jason getting it down. I think that might have been a botched pickup. It's just a little finicky sometimes with getting the thing to actually activate. But the diffuser is down, a couple angles of sight being watched, and KJ is the one that finishes it off for the team with a nice little punch hole set up, ready to watch the stairs. I think, like you said, the passive angle on the diffuser, that was the power position, and it was not fully capitalized on right there. I think it's a little bit of that fear creeping in.
Yeah, the confidence just not there from the seams of it, at least. And I understand because, I play Siege. I love Siege. That's why I cast it. But sometimes you just got to find that balance, right? When do you aggress and when do you play passive? And it's not an easy line always to find. And I think that's, if I was going to highlight a huge difference between these two teams, it's not as if their skill levels are all that different when it comes to gunning. Each of them are capable of gunning, but the confidence for one is different. And it's really just the experience. You can see, I don't know if you noticed, but in the beginning of the round, Columbia had 3 people on drones and only 2 people pushing it. And everyone else was droning, gathering that information, clearing out the floor. We haven't seen anything like that from you, Ottawa. So I think it's really just coming down to that green versus veteran, right? The newbie coming in, not having the same level of experience. They have a lot of skill. It's just the experience isn't quite there, and it's costing them. And it's really just small moments like that, right? You have a 2v2, and for one, your Maestro gets peeked and killed, and they could have played a more passive angle, knowing that, well, the diffuser's down your main stairs. Maybe I should actually go into the closet or something, right? That would have been probably a better idea, or even just get away and then come back down, or hang out by a pillar, like, anywhere really. That would have been a little bit more safe. But either way, they lose that body. But then the 1v2, you're not even going to play aggressively on that. You're not going to watch it. I mean, you don't have any cameras to tell you when it's actually picked up. You're just hoping you can hear it. Siege's sound is not the best in the world, let's be honest. So it's not always the thing you want to rely on.
Yeah, I think in his defense, I think there was a Maestro cam that pinged a couple times. I think it got shut down pretty quickly because there's a couple players with explosives right by it. And I think they did that in order to make sure that the diffuser would be easily picked up. But as soon as that went down, that means that the defenders got to push up and use that moment of surprise while the attackers don't know where you are. You have to use that because, I mean, if you've got the diffuser, you got to use that leverage while you do have it instead of going back into a 1v2 where now you're the attacker with no drones. I think overall, quicker intel being transferred, some quicker communication from Ottawa would be what they're really looking for. DK gets another kill to refrag for his teammate, but Click is right behind, and OK Sure is quick to follow as a down player. The Attic is looking pretty lively as KJ is going to walk right through there, but Tommy is watching. He's going to get a second one here, shutting down Click as well. It's a 2v2 in the first minute of the round. Tommy's taking another gunfight in Attic once again.
2v2, Tommy and DJ both low on health. Oni's in sight, planting. They don't seem to be aware of this. Now it's going to be a post-plant situation because of the unawareness coming out from the defenders. Jason's just going to try and nip those feet a little bit more, taking away a little bit more of the health just to make it even more likely that they'll fall on the next shot. Tommy has to creep up while EJ is pushing in through the kitchen area. And he has to use a C4 on the castle that's keeping him out. His own utility used against him now. That's unfortunate. Jason did take just a lot of damage just now, and well, they're not able to get the kill, though. Jason's going to shut them down. DJ peeking up through the hatch, gets the kill, but Oni, while he's looking at a drone, shuts him down. Another flawless half coming out from Columbia.
Well, one kill away from a round going in Ottawa's favor there. I think it's the exact thing that I was harping on right before it struck, was some quick communication of intel between the teammates. We flicked to DJ for a second there, and while there was absolute maelstrom upstairs in the second floor, we get to see for a moment that DJ is like in a corner, and while the plant's beginning to go down. And I think that's a moment where either DJ wasn't sure what to do, or potentially wasn't really getting the depth of the comms needed there to know where to go with that, because that's like a DEFCON 1 kind of situation. They're in your objective with the bomb, and most of your teammates are dead. All of your normal intel has suddenly disappeared, so you got to play off of that.
You have to wonder how many rounds where it was even or you Ottawa had the advantage. How many of those rounds are lost now? It's a decent amount. Overall, yeah, Columbia has had an advantage in most of the rounds, but there's still been rounds that were definitely winnable, especially even last round, 2v2. We've seen it time and time again. They had a 2v2 with the diffuser down to the round right before that, and yet every time it's just something in the way for you, Ottawa. But instead of focusing on that so much, which I think we have maybe a little bit too much, let's just give Columbia credit. They're a really good team. We did really well in playoffs, and they're in a different division. We have a lot of new teams, so it's obviously going to be hard to know exactly where the skill level of all players are going to be and all teams are going to be. Because even then, using ranked, using a couple of matches from activation, there's not a lot we can do to always know the skills of where these players are as a whole team, because comp is different than ranked. We know it. It's the truth, right? Plenty of players we see, even champions, they try and go and they play comp, and they just don't do that well. So you have to be aware that this isn't always going to be fair. It's not always going to be even. We're trying our best here to make sure that it will be. But this is also the beginning of the season. So while Columbia is showing up, they're also more experienced. We mentioned that as well. So I just want you, Ottawa, to hopefully just not let this bring them down too far. Yeah, it's not looking great. Hopefully they can get around here, not get 7-0 2 maps in a row. But there's a lot to learn from this team. They're a really good team. So that's the really highlight that I would focus on. Try and take something away. There's a lot to learn.
Yeah, Columbia is absolutely the kind of competition I would like to have. Ones that's going to expose the things that you might not already know about your gameplay and your teamwork. It's so nice to see. Oh, okay.
Oh, wow.
Okay, that's one of those things. thing to see that you might not have been aware of. Stacking up on each other is the undoing there for Tommy and
Where's
OK.
the
Sure,
drone
they're a
though?
little bit too far ahead of each other. Yeah, like you were saying. Like you say, a drone definitely could have been coming out from one of them while the other pushed, and that would have set up for a refrag and maybe even a first kill if they had the intel a little bit sooner. It's a 3v5 right off the bat. A lot of gunplay going out through the attic once again, and Dila's still sitting up in rafters. He's not probably even going to be needed up there with how much the attack has been blunted.
Well, now it's a 3v5 and on attack on a map like Oregon. It's not easy, but it's certainly doable. They're in a basement hold, though, you have to keep in mind. So this isn't even the bomb site. They've just been holding above, and now they're going to start retreating down, as you can see. And that's exactly the game plan. You burn so much time. There's only a minute remaining in the round, and you've already gotten a man advantage. And the attackers are just now starting to find entry points towards the basement. Nacho getting that opening kill for their team, though. That's going to be on to Oni, so at least they're trying to bring it back a little bit here. They still need some more ground to gain, but giving up Freezer for free, it looks like the defenders just weren't privy to it. But the swing coming from the left, he wasn't watching it. KJ's actually from the closet. I thought it was another man. Either way, DJ is going to fall, and now Nacho and DK have to make something happen here. DK getting a kill on the Dello, that can start things off, but they certainly are looking for more. 30 seconds remaining.
Well, the man count is a little bit more evened up here, but Click is still on the board, and he is proving more and more terrifying every round. He is unblunted by just about anything. DKMD looking for that kill, but it is Click who gets that third one in a row. Not going to get quite the opportunity for an ace like D-Lo had earlier, but Nacho still trying to find any bit of leverage to keep the team in the game. There's a first kill to do so, but there's still two more. And it's KJ finishing Nacho off.
It was rough. It happens, though. There's not much you can do. Again, you learn from it. And this is a humbling moment, I'm sure, for you, Ottawa Gray. But, this is kind of like the hazing of the freshmen. That's what it is. Sometimes you got to go in and you got to be humbled a little bit. You got to have someone throw some shade on you. And now they have the chip on their shoulder. They're prepared for the revenge tour, right? And later in the season now, they can prove themselves to be worthy of being in the same division as their opponent, even though their opponent looks far more skillful. There's still a chance here that throughout this season, they can still work their way towards playoffs and maybe get some revenge.
Yeah, and we don't know how this division is really going to shake up. Yeah, we don't know who's at the top, who's at the bottom of this division. I mean, that's something that's going to illuminate itself over the course of the next several weeks. So I'm really excited to get to see where these teams do lie, since they're our first glimpse into NECC R6 for the spring of 2022. And speaking of this spring 2022, we got some actually exciting stuff. I mean, there's a second stream now. You get to watch twice as much R6 every Wednesday. So that's NECC2 in addition to NECC_esports, where we are right now. I don't think they have one still playing. I think they might have finished up already. I'm not totally sure. But
I
there will
believe
be
so, yeah.
another one starting up again at 9 ET. So you get 4 matches every Wednesday, a big old improvement. So you get to see more of our shining faces and more of the siege that you guys love from these phenomenal collegiate teams.
Well, Columbia, opening engagement here coming out from the Champions Division. They're going to come out as a 2-0, flawless on each map. So really good job from them. A good way to start the season. You Ottawa Gray going to fall, and it's going to fall pretty hard. But that's the ones that you learn the most from. So we can at least highlight that. Now, the other thing to highlight, too, is if you love Siege, obviously, there's the Invitational going on right now. So that's something else. And I'd even suggest these players go and watch some of those rounds. I mean, these are professionals. They have it done the best. Now, obviously, there's certain things that maybe pros can do that you might not be able to do, but there's certainly strategies that you could watch. Like, okay, so look at they did this thing, and this team also did that thing. So it must be a really standard thing if they're both doing it, right? So you don't have to try and copy a play style, but you can really take some notes on what they're doing across the board for all these different teams, and maybe even just have some inspiration for some different pushes, or just ways that they conduct themselves on the field, right? When they're in play, that's really some good knowledge to take away. So that's something I would highlight, something I would definitely recommend. I don't know if we're doing interviews, but I don't believe so. So that's actually going to be it for this matchup. It was pretty fast, so we apologize for that. But again, as you said, there's some other things. There's another stream, and there'll be 2 more matches on this stream and that other stream at 9 EST. So that's about, an hour and a half away. So just come back in a little bit, take a little bit of a break, go get some food or something. We'll be right back with you.
See ya.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 Classic? I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch it!
Welcome back, everybody. My name is Infernosis, and today we're going to be watching some more NECC action. Don't forget to go ahead and intro my other friend here, Fellow, my best friend. Have had a lot of
Yeah.
experiences together, and we're about to have another experience here as we're getting ready and raring to go with the NECC R6.
Yeah, we've got the Navigators division up for today. I believe it's the Arcadia Knights versus the MCU Mariners or Mariners. Not too sure how to fully pronunciate that, but I mean, it's basically the same thing. So I'm sure we'll figure it out at some point. Let's go take a look at their rosters for tonight, starting with the Arcadia Knights, question mark? Yes, glad I got that right over in the forefront here. We've got Mutt, Papayas, Cloak, Amelia, and Kojo with some pretty interesting majors, but I feel like almost everyone here is wondering how well they're going to be playing at Siege and not so much their majors, even though some of these are actually kind of interesting, to be honest.
I don't know why you really didn't know who it was. Just follow the script, man. It's literally written in front of us. Everything from game 1 to game 3, because it goes to all 3 in this BO3, it's in the script. It's in the script. Make sure to follow.
I
Oh, it's
forgot to
next.
read it. I'm
Yeah,
sorry. I
yeah.
was
Maybe it's
too
just
busy
because
watching
you're not
SI.
really good at reading it. Yeah, that's what it
Yeah.
is. Let's go. Let's talk about MCU's lineup as well. We'll jump over there instead of Arcadia. MCU are bringing out Cole Smashers, Score, Bushido, and Trip DeFonzi. All of these guys, well, we've seen them before here in the NECC, and we'll continue to see them. Smashers, especially, I'm really happy to have because Criminal Justice Major. I've been there. Completed that, not using it. So best of luck, Smashers. I wish you everything you can. It is a very fun degree, but we'll have to see how that one necessarily pans out. John, why don't you go ahead and tell us what the actual maps are going to be, and we'll show the screen for it.
Yeah, so we actually have a couple of interesting ones. Well, one in particular, we've got Chalet on the board, map number 1. I believe that is your favorite map still, and it is one of
Mm-hmm.
my top maps, just because it's a bit more unique. It's still one of the newer maps in the pool. The only one to actually be a bit younger than it technically is Bank, but it's seen its debut in the comp scene beforehand. That was just Old Bank, which we haven't seen since I believe it was March of 2020, so quite a while ago. And then also Oregon, everybody knows Oregon, and also Clubhouse route number 2. I think we're almost ready to get this game underway as well, having all 10 players in lobby. Just kidding. 10 minus 1. We've got 9 in total. So it's not going to be that long until we get the game underway. But thoughts on Chalet, Scott, here for tonight's match?
I love the map of Chalet. I want to point out, would you just do Common Core math right there?
I
10
know.
minus
I mean,
one,
I
9.
told you
There
a
we
few days
go.
ago, I
It's
actually
so
managed to
fun.
finally count up to 10. So I've been
I'm proud of you. You've
trying
been
to
really
hammer that in,
working on
yeah.
that one. You showing up at those elementary schools and pre's and esports to try and get everyone to show up and support
Yeah.
everybody. You don't even go to a college right now, and you're out there scouting for up and coming players. It's pretty
Yeah, I
impressive.
know. Gotta
Yeah.
keep the grind set going, It's just how it be nowadays. I gotta
R6
start
is
them
so
while they're
dead that
young
you
for
just
the
gotta start
commentary.
recruiting young.
Yep.
Please, it's not a dead esport. If you just come in, it won't die. I promise you.
Look, bro, year 7, it's gonna be way different. I promise you.
Way
Okay?
different.
Also, the enhanced camera zoom in too. It just really adds the extra oomph here tonight. But I think we are actually ready to get the game underway. So we'll hop inside of Chalet. For bands, we're in the Navigators division. So honestly, we could see anything. I'm expecting more comfort picks, to be honest, Scott. Maybe a Jackal to be fair. I mean, the roam game, it is something that does happen from time to time here on Chalet, depending on how you like to play this map. Thatcher, though, that's always a constant no matter where you are. So that one makes a lot of sense as well. He's just really strong right now. His EMPs are such a hassle to deal with. It's better just to get him off the board and not deal with him. And I guess that's going to be the same ideology here for Jackal as well, because he's the next one up on the chopping block.
Yeah, for the defensive side, you can assume some normal strategies, but we're on the Navigators division. Maybe just they want to throw something out spicy. Maybe they want to remove out your corner player. But they're going to go ahead and remove out information first. Taking Valkyrie off the board removes those black-eyed cameras and allows for an offensive team to not have to watch every single corner. And it especially means they don't have to bring an IQ to even keep a bigger eye out for the utility. However, there's still plenty of utility on the board and more information until they remove out Echo. So both semblances of information that are available piece by utility natively for the defensive side, that being Echo and Valkyrie, off the board. Mozzie is still up. The Pest can take over control for the drones of the offense, and that is another way to gain information. But beyond that, there's really not much left for them, and it's going to be up to MCU to figure out how to supplement that problem.
Say the big thing about having both Valkyrie and Echo off the board now for the bans is not the fact that they are gone. It's what's left because of that. You can now implement maybe a mirror perhaps, or just a pretty heavy util composition we're not seeing any of that. Really, no major denial for MCU, funny enough. I mean, they've got an Aruni, which can clear out some stuff, but the Jaeger is what I was looking for in particular. So, six picking off the Rook, that was probably the best idea here for Vortex. Very glad we did not have a Rook here on round number one. He's normally just used for spawn peeking. So, kind of a high risk, low reward operator for you to bring him out on the board. What is a very high reward operator, though, by far has got to be Osa, especially for that window play. You prop up a shield, you go on an upside and repel, and you are just a constant nightmare in the back of those defenders' minds. So I'm really hoping that Cloak is going to value that kit there on the Osa of having those see-through shields and just be a nuisance throughout the entire round, honestly, and just constantly be on the windows to poke and prod at the defense and maybe find some sort of opening pick for his team.
It's interesting. I'm still caught up on the names right now here for MCU. We've got Cole, Suck, Crazy Man, Vortex in the score. So I'm trying to figure out, is Suck Smashers? Is that who it is? It would make a little bit more sense.
Maybe
to
not
me, but
playing
who's
today.
Vortex?
So I can,
Maybe not. Maybe they have some subs coming in to try and assist where necessary. I don't know. No matter what it is, we'll have to adjust ourselves accordingly from this point onward and try to at least get it correct and try to, I guess, get beyond the situation. But when you're talking about defending this one first and foremost, especially when you're talking about the office and bedroom site, you have to be very wary about this mezzanine hard wall. Your main point of entry, if you're an Arcadia Knight side, typically you don't apply pressure towards the opposing side. But it looks to be that they're all going to step in towards library down below. Why? I'm not. Oh, the score's up there. They could toss an easy nade and try to get one or two, but they'll clear out the actual barbed wire first to give themselves an outlook, and that actually damages score. He's now down about 60 HP.
Yeah, I believe the explosive blast there by Amelia, that's going to deal a whopping amount of damage. Cloak up on that window play, going to be in a pretty nice position, gathering some information, spots out the mute near bathroom. This is a pretty straightforward solar take. I'd like to see some pressure towards the opposite side of the map, but hey, beggars can't be choosers. At least they've got a pretty concrete opening here so far, as Kojo will get rid of the score off the bat. This is not the worst predicament at all for Arcadia. They just have to worry about some sort of flank, but I'm not too sure if NCU will opt to go around at any given moment. They have a lot of their, if all of their defenders just stacked up here inside of both master and office room, just trying to deal with this problem head on rather than trying to get creative here in this next minute 30.
Crazy Man's brought a bulletproof camera. This one's probably going to bite him in the rear, as now he has to deal with the Osa shield, not able to get it just yet. They'll escape for their life for just a moment longer as the hard breach now goes down. It's going to open up that bedroom hard wall. That's going to find one more. That's going to open this round even further as MCU are starting to fall apart. Crazy Man's being hyper aggressive, does swing to the master bathroom and take out Mutt for the refrag, but this one may be too little too late. A lot of damage has already been dealt, and this allows for the rest of MCU, more specifically Vortex, who's hanging out on the first floor still, to rotate back up and actually be able to sit on site. Arcadia running out of time, and now men, as they'll lose one more, but refrag back. Crazy Man gets a bit too aggressive and loses the fight. Second one to drop now. Papaya is out for the count. She tries to run away, but Suck is there instead, still sitting inside office, watching this hard wall, has given himself an opening. The diffuser has been repicked back up, and Kojo will now stick the plant, hoping to force this one into a bit of a precarious situation, putting a time constraint now on the defense, but Vortex on the flank now have a pincer. 2 players left for MCU. They've completely turned this one around as Suck and Vortex now try to duo themselves over, turns at the wrong time, manages to find Vortex in a DBNO, but Suck on the flank from the main hall finds themselves the kill, and Arcadia Knights will fail to hold on.
Great rotate around, actually trying to remove that presence in the top of Solar and not just funneling directly into the attacker's line of sight, either through both the closet area and just Master in general. I'm a bit questionable about, I believe it was Papayas when she was on the Thermite trying to run across. I think what she was trying to attempt was to go behind the natural cover of the bed to go for a plant, when in all honesty, that is just not a good idea, because you expose yourself to a very easy pick, and that's exactly what happened because no one was watching for your refrag or just your crossover in general. You either communicate that to your teammate, hey, I'm going to go plant master, somebody watch the rotate hole, that way I don't get shot, or you just don't do it and you plant behind the natural cover right next to closet where you have that gigantic Thermite opening to play for a sightline directly on the case. But, you know, it's not the end of the world. They only lost this first round. There's still plenty of time to recover. And at least in the very beginning of round number one, Arcadia did do a phenomenal job of just establishing map control, getting hard destruction down, gathering those sight lines, and also gathering the intel required to get those first 2 opening picks. It was a 5-on-3 at the very beginning of round number 1, but also the clap pack by MCU and understanding that they needed to work for a pick in some manner also helped them recover that round to actually get it as a victory in their back pocket rather than a defeat.
2 ways to deny hard breaches as well in this round. Seeing the Kite Electric Law is none too shocking. I think Cole is doing just that. He's going to toss it under the table that's actually inside of dining and get the electrified walls from down below. It has not been sent just yet, but I can only imagine they'll continue to do so. Why else would you send Cole to go for that hatch? But I don't think it's actually gone. This is a bit of an unfortunate situation, right? So close to greatness here, John, and nothing really comes out of it. But 2 ways to deny the walls. You have your mute jammers to also deny information with these early drones. You still need to watch out blue, as that is a dangerous alley for an attacking side to push through. But most importantly, it's typically from this northeast side. Take control of that boiler side and utility, breach in through the hard wall, and you have a very swift entry into the site, and you can go for that quick plant, forcing and turning the round on his head and putting MCU once again in a time constraint position and forcing him to fight back and push on their own aggression.
Once again, Arcadia Knights looks like they will just opt to go for a very direct take. They're going to have almost all of their man presence stacked up and towards the back part of this map. Almost getting Wine Wall opened up pretty early on, and there is not a mute jammer to actually hinder them from doing so. Cole does have an Electric Claw in their back pocket, so maybe they could throw it at just the right time to actually deny that exothermic charge. There goes a nade being tossed out. Can Crazy Man survive it? It looks like he'll do just that, not losing a single bit of HP. About a minute off the board here in this action phase. That Electro Claw now being tossed up, and it actually denies the exothermic charge from going off. Proper work done by Cole, but the sluggish peek by Crazy Man will catch him off guard, and that's going to be Kojo to get the first pick of round number 2.
You can't be hesitant when you're trying to peek out that angle. Need a bit more reaction time for it, but Sucks trying to hold on strong where Crazy Man couldn't. Flash is being sent. No one's eyes necessarily being removed just yet. They're still trying to breach their way in from this western side of the map. Another hard wall going down. This one actually being successful, and they'll gain a new sightline into the objective. But the question still remains for the side of Arcadia Knights. Can they continue to push themselves forward and rush to the site? Cloak through one. Hard wall's been breached, and Suck, his life will be felled as well. Vortex knocked away. That is why you bring an alibi to watch your flank, but Amelia, she'll take one more. Vortex sprays down 2. They do not hear the air jab, and they'll pounce immediately, but Amelia will find one more on top of it. Now a 2K to her name. Score doing everything he can to give himself back into this round, but has to watch multiple directions. Able to take out Amelia, denying anything for a 3K, but Papayas, she's still alive, holding close to the diffuser, and handles it in good stride.
Much better attack overall, I would say, but the biggest issue I feel like for Arcadia is just their high amount of tunnel vision. Vortex getting away with a very impactful flank was quite critical. I would have much rather have seen, the sledge of Kojo get active, not in just finding picks, but maybe going for some vertical plays. At some point, they would have had to have droned out that roam game and have maybe even got the pick on the Vortex, and that would have made that post plant 10 times more challenging for the Mariners to actually recover from. I mean, they brought it down to a literal 1 versus 1, but luckily Papaya, she was at a great spot to land that refrag. Similar to round number 1, it just, the script was flipped the other way around, and Arcadia will now get a victory off on the board. Wine being reattempted here for the Mariners, and I am a bit questionable about it. I feel like you could try to change it up and maybe go somewhere else, such as dining room, but I mean, hey, if they're able to understand that Arcadia, they're heavily focusing on one portion of the map and that's it, and they just implement more utility on that side of the map and then have an even more aggressive roam game in comparison to round number 2, I think they still should be fine at the end of the day.
The roam game for round 2 as well. You touched on it for just a moment. Vortex taking a very long and convoluted approach to their defense. Basically the only one that brought themselves back into the fray of that round. I mean, Score at the end did a fairly good job of trying to bring things together, being able to take out Amelia late, but could not find the last in the Papayas. You still cannot allow an air jab for the Arcadia Knights to go off and them not turn to it. How does he turn around? How does Vortex find 2 kills out of nowhere and absolutely not get pounced on by Arcadia? You have to listen for the air jab. Do not tunnel vision into the sites and pay attention to your surroundings. That's ultimately the undoing of Arcadia Knights, and I have to agree, this shouldn't be played once again. Arcadia is going to realize, hey, we didn't watch our flank, we didn't listen for the air jab. We're not going to let that happen a second time, and I don't think Vortex is going to think he was successful in that round. He did everything he could. So in his mind, he did what he should have. he's probably going to repeat the same exact thing, and that's going to be a mistake in this round 3.
It's also a pretty big mistake to, once again, just kind of have everyone stack up inside a big garage, just kind of funnel your way into the site. And once Arcadia, they get the eyes on the prize, they kind of forget about the smaller details of the round, in particular that roam game as well, which that and the minor rotations by the Mariners have been a pretty big devastation for them so far. Looks like they'll get a fair amount of map control so far, though the Knights, they'll start to get that air jet deployed up near West Main, and maybe Crazy Man this time around won't be so unfortunate on the prone play. It's a very hard task to accomplish, trying to slowly peek around into a very open doorway like that, so maybe just standing or crouching up if you're going to go for that peek would work out 10 times better for Crazy Man, but it looks like he won't die off the bat here so far, so we're still in that 5-on-5 with about a minute 40 left on the board, and I believe the Knights are just about ready to start that hard destruction game, but they are still going to have to worry about that roam potential now both in towards West Main and the back hatch leading in towards Big Garage.
Oh no, with 2 players actually on the flank there. I was very worried. Kojo steps up and does find one, but thankfully Mutt also double swings that stairwell. I was worried that the Arcadian Knights would think, oh, only one went off. There was only one guy once again. No, Vortex does exactly what I anticipated. Goes for the flank, goes the exact same position, gets hit by the same exact air jab, and this time Arcadian Knights will adapt and make MCU pay the price. But Crazy Man's in a bad spot. Should have died right there, but it's in fact going to be Suck instead. A nade sent over the top. Cloak is the player to do so, and Mutt will finally punish Crazy Man for his indiscretions, but Papayas, she's being punished by Cloak for some odd reason, now forcing this what could have been a 5-on-1 to a 4-on-1. Cloak going with the plant, covered though by Mutt, who waits for the player to swing, I should say, and finds the last kill, giving another solid attacking round. This one, the best one we've seen so far.
Yeah, one interesting thing you could try to implement, Nate, for the Mariners if you're going to go to basement is actually open up the back hatch to deny a default plant, especially if the attackers, they just hate going for roam clears and they just put an air jab up as like their best reinforcement to deal with that flank. You can actually play along that top hatch and land a couple of nice pop shots, and most of the time people are not going to be expecting that. It's a very rudimentary play, and if you actually get cleared out on the roam game, it could honestly bite you in the back. But we haven't seen any roam clear every single round by Arcadia, so just noticing the biggest weaknesses of your opponent just mid-match is obviously just the best way to, get the upper hand on them. That's a no-brainer. Everybody knows that, but the mistakes made by Arcadia, they are very obvious, but so are the mistakes by Mariners. That's going to be a hard word for me throughout the entire day. I can almost guarantee you that one, Scott. But
that's why I'm just calling him MCU, bro.
Yeah, MCU. Yeah, I should have stuck with that the first time around. I had the right idea, but it was like, no, I'll try to improve. Yeah, no, that's not going to happen tonight here. Yeah, MCU, you mentioned it perfectly, Scott. They just did a predictable play. They repeated what they attempted last time because Vortex thought, oh, this was the right idea. They tried to add onto it by having Crazy
they sent
Man.
another.
Yeah, they tried to have a tag team roam game for the backside, but that just completely backfired in their own face, allowing Arcadia to take another round. And I'm really shocked. After 4 rounds of Chalet, we have not seen Barn Gaming. We're going back to Master, where although MCU did win this round on defense, I mean, it was literally down to a 1 versus 1. And Arcadia, I mean, they did have the upper hand at the beginning of the round.
Yeah, Arcadia had a really solid start. MCU bled to almost instantaneously once the round started. And once again, I wanted to point it out at the end of round 1, the reason why you don't go to the master bedroom side and you push in from the side we're seeing on this northern edge is because it creates a problem for that plant. You mentioned Score holding a great job early in round 1, spraying down Amelia. Now we're seeing it once again. It was Papayas who had the diffuser last time. Tried to rotate to plant behind bed. You don't do that. That's why typically teams go to the other side. They'll take mezzanine hardwall and plant inside default plant and office because there's a break wall that denies. It's fairly easy to clear up that first floor of kitchen and dining to give yourself, make sure there's no nitro cells being sent from below, and then you just watch that flank either with smokes or just keep a watchful eye on the position. When you go to this directions, there's too many difficulties, and right now Arcadia Knights are obviously hitting that brick wall. Losing Amelia early and losing that entry is going to be very painful for them as they attempt to pursue forward. Thankfully, when they bring the OSA, they can gain a very, very strong sightline, but it comes with a hefty price. There's not as much utility in the pocket when you could be bringing a bit more of assistance across the board, such as a Finka with an extra set of nades, but they don't seem to care too much. They'll find 1 and make it 2 with MCU now down 2 players, same as we saw in round 1.
No, 4 smokes here is the much better option, Scott. You just have not, you haven't casted R6 in a long time, so maybe you just forgot the new meta that's now been implemented here. Mutt's gonna find
This
yet
meta
another
existed
on the
6 months
round.
ago too, man. It's just
Yep. Well, no nade play this time around. I mean, Kojo still has one in their back pocket. Nope, I think they finally used it. Must have gotten caught by an ADS, or I simply just didn't do my counting correctly this time around. Just over a minute left on the board, and MCU, they're not in a great spot. Suck lands a nice shot, though, as Cloak will go down, but it's still a pretty uphill battle here for the defense. Now that Crazy Man has been spotted out, he'll most likely have to either play here to die or fall back. He'll actually end up getting aggressive here, but as Suck goes down, it's only Crazy Man left alive, and the Nomad, I believe, has a pinpoint location on this Kaid player. The exothermic charge will go off. The Nomad's been caught off guard. It's actually a breach inside of Bathroom, so Crazy Man, he'll now have to rotate around inside of the closet opening to maybe try to pivot in towards Piano, go for the long swing. It's a very audible cue here, as Kaid is a 3 armor after all, a very loud opponent to deal with. And Arcadia, they've got all the time in the world to perfectly pincer out this lone defender who's kind of trapped in a rock and a hard space. Still plenty of information being gathered by those see-through shields as well in the hands of the Osa, who's already fallen. So Papayas and Kojo, once again, they can kind of take their sweet time, despite the fact that there are only 10 seconds left. Papayas gets aggressive, shockingly enough. Rather going for the passive play, they'll just take the 1v1 and simply win it, and that's going to give Arcadia's a second round here.
that was a really solid start. Once again, Arcadia struggled early and still managed to have a bit of a comeback, and that's exactly what you need to have. Talk about the patience we saw there from Kojo. Sitting behind the shield, do that deployable shield of Osa, actually seeing through. Knew that they hear the audio cue coming in from master bedroom from Piano side, or sorry, master bathroom from Piano side through the bathroom door. Waits, peeks it once he's fully inside, and then takes a step back. Here's the rotation once again. Like you said, Kaid is a thick boy, a thick lad, and makes quite a lot of noise. He's inside master closet. Wait. Hide behind your shield. There's nothing he can do to you in that situation. He has no utility left to be able to face off against you, and it's just a battle of attrition. However, Arcadia almost had a tough spot, like you said. 10 seconds left, no plant, no one really dedicating themselves to the plant either, and Kojo being a bit passive. I liked the play, but it might have been better if they were on the defense to do it, but they pull out the win, bringing themselves once again. Why is MCU playing this basement objective? I love this basement objective. People used to dog me all the time for saying I enjoyed this objective, but now it's quite meta. It's a very strong objective to face off against, but MCU have not brought anything to this objective. They're not bringing the Kaid up to the dining room, not placing the electric claw to get the double wall connecting over towards garage. They have not had a solid defense of the winery hard wall on the eastern side. They have not been pressured from the south just yet towards that snowmobile side, but I guarantee you, if that pressure were to be applied, Arcadia would split this defense of MCU wide open.
So normally for the basement defense, you think of it a lot like Double Kitchen on Cafe, where you just kind of take the entire building as your own for a defender and then just kind of work your way back down and towards the site. We have not seen that in play by MCU at all. They've had a light roam implemented by mostly Vortex and then Crazy Man a single time. And that was just towards Dining and West Main when they tried going for a flank. I mean, we haven't seen any adaptation by Arcadia Knights either, but that's besides the point. This just shows, at least in my mind, that MCU, they have a much less understanding of Chalet. This was the map pick of Arcadia after all, and despite that, their strats are very basic. They work. They have the advantage here 3-1, and they're looking to improve that potentially up to 4 rounds, as they're doing the exact same strat. And I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. There have been a couple of problems with this take, in particular the amount of tunnel vision that we've seen by Arcadia Knights when going for this singular take, but it has worked for them before in the past, and it might end up working here this time around if they can get that first pick. But the score, he's ready for the exact same play that him and his team have seen multiple times before, and that's going to net them a big pick on a cloak.
Yeah, you need to be able to send those nitro cells true. That's exactly what we're seeing. There's still 2 more in the pocket as well for MCU. There's so much to work with, but they don't necessarily need the util to get the job done. 416C will do the job as well. Make it 2 as he cuts down Amelia and Mutt. Now down to a 2v5, and Vortex may be low, but the confidence is mighty high. Now with 5 kills total, and MCU have put on a dominant performance for this section of your defense. Now it's going to be up to the last 2 remaining players of Arcadia, and they look like they want to rotate towards the western edge. They try to go step over towards Library Hall. It does not work out whatsoever. They wanted to go down the steps to lead into Blue Hall. Not allowed. Now it's just Papaya. She's stuck in a 1-on-5. She has some smokes to be able to deny some vision, but beyond that, it's just a job of getting some hard breaches off, and I think these walls are seemingly denied as she has been hesitant to actually pop them at this stance. A Nitro Cell sent through Basement Hall, not actually able to tag any damage off, and an air jab goes off in the distance. This one ringing out, and Papayas herself hears it as she readies her aim to shoot and fight. Quick peek, nothing happening just yet. Papayas is trapped in a corner.
Yeah, no, quite literally and figuratively. I mean, spots out the Maestro, but Suck's gonna just have the Alda. That's a tough gun to go up against in any kind of confrontation. So it's gonna be flawlessly done, I believe it'd be, by the defense to net their second round here.
I take it back.
Yeah. So
MCU should have played that, huh? I mean,
yeah, I mean, I guess the color commentator being wrong when they're on like 2 hours of sleep. Yeah, shocking, right? But at least they understood that they're going to have an OSA and that they're going to go for a back take. So they waited with a Nitro Cell and they outplayed Cloak. I mean, that's all you can really ask for, is that the team, they're understanding what's going to happen in the round and they're going to try to play around that knowledge to actually get the one up against their opponent. And that's exactly what happened. So gotta give credit where credit is due. And we're finally seeing a different sight. We're going to Kitchen and Dining on round number 6 here, the final round of the first half, until the sides finally switch. And a bit of change between both teams. We have a Rook on the board begrudgingly by Crazy Man, so he'll probably try to get crazy with some sort of aggro peak early in the round, I could only assume. And Cloak is opting for the Maverick, which is a fantastic operator to bring out here for Dining Room. He makes that hard destruction game much easier for both themselves and also Papayas on the Thermite, so they can get a really big hole opening into sight and could potentially go for a plant, but also the top floor if an extension is going to occur. But with the basic amount of anchor game by MCU and only having like 1 to 2 roamers almost every single round, I don't think we're going to see a heavy extension. Maybe just a light roam to kind of waste a bit of time early on, and then a fallback will happen back in towards sight.
I liked for a moment there, we did see a Finka being teased there by Cloak as they picked the Osa and then made the 6 pick over. But I think the Maverick is a much better decision. Still having nades, still having the utility to work with. And I do think the central focus right now for Arcadia Knights does need to be that Firelight Hall, that main entrance. I think there is going to be a bit of a problem when it comes to extension for MCU. They don't really have anyone separated except for Vortex, and he has been the player of the hour that has been getting separated, has been playing that long roam, but I don't think this one's long enough. There's no one on the second floor. They're not playing this one like you typically do see a lot of teams do, where they heavily emphasize the second floor, essentially defend this kitchen objective as if you would defend the office and master bedroom. Not saying it whatsoever. Finally, an extension to the second floor, but this one may be too little too late. There's not a lot of utility they actually have available, so they're just going in to fight, and they'll lose the first one instantaneously. The second the score swings around that corner, Cloak brings up the gun, finds the kill, and brings Arcadia Knights a man up extremely early. And I think they also have the information to back it up as they're going to try and snuff out Cole, who's also on this second floor.
Unfortunately, Cole not having the proper positioning to refrag just yet. A drone will eventually spot them out, so a fallback will have to go in through. Unfortunately, that's before they can find any sort of trade on that top floor. They basically gave up this position for free, only about a minute or so burned off the clock, but that's still plenty of time for Arcadia to maybe start getting that stop destruction down. They do have Kojo on the sledge, but they're sadly not on the top floor. They're just kind of vibing in West Main for some odd reason. If you're going to bring out the sledge, then almost always try to play for verticality, especially on a map like Chalet, where those sightlines are a must to weaken that anchor position. And what has the defense been doing a lot of? It's the anchor game. We've seen a couple of C4s in the past as well, but nothing as potent as that double kill play by Suck. That's a really big pick. Luckily, though, Papaya, she was able to survive it and is able to get that hatch opened up to potentially get a sightline in towards the actual objective room of Kitchen. You shouldn't try to drop down that hatches. You're basically signing your death warrant at that point. But Kojo, he'll manage to siphon out one as Cole will fall. So we're on basically even footing here in these last 50 seconds, Scott.
Crazy Man's bringing the MP5, I think, for the sole reason with that Rook to actually have the extended sight. So we can see a little bit longer and sit back on site towards the dining side and have an outlook over towards that trophy side staircase. But nothing coming up just yet. In fact, he loses the fight to Kojo. Kojo finds his third, and now it is an absolute monster of a showing. Suck will thankfully take out Papyrus for their own third. The other two coming from a Nitro Cell. The utility not the only way for Suck to get his name on the board, but he still has to find 2 more, and it's going to be emphatically denied by Mutt, who goes for the headshot kill still swinging in through kitchen and just finishes this one off almost as quick as it started as we got to the latter half of that round. A solid attacking round, though the execution was weird on both sides, but Arcadia Knights, at the end of the day, come out with a dub, and the halftime switch comes through.
I don't know if I would want to call that solid. I mean, Kojo, he was in a spot to just go for picks and he did his job, but I would have rather have seen anybody else playing there, to be honest. Maybe even say, I believe, I can't recall if they had a Zofia or not. It was Thermite, Maverick, Sledge, and the other two are just kind of a gray for me right now, but I'm almost positive they could have had anybody but the Sledge be sitting there on West Main, and that would have been so much better. The amount of power you get as a Sledge player to be able to be on that top floor and just start hammering down openings for your teammates to play off of, that is just a reward you never want to lose in any kind of situation. So having Kojo just kind of bait around in West Main and get lucky for 2 picks, if we didn't have that situation happen, that would have been a completely different storyline because we still had Suck get a really nice 2K with that Nitro cell, and it slowed down Arcadia a ton. They were down to those last 20 seconds again, and if it weren't for the fact they had that man advantage, then they would have probably been completely out of luck there, and we could have definitely seen a 3-3 split.
I want to point out as well, we're seeing the switch come through, and with MCU, we know how aggressive they wanted to be, or at least I guess I should call out specifically Vortex wants to be. It's interesting to see them turn around and actually switch up and play the Nomad, being the flank watch for their side. I actually am very wary of this decision. I think if you're going to have anybody make that decision to rotate, it should probably be somebody that's a bit hesitant in their own right, somebody that was a bit more of a actual stagnant player on the objective and actually works towards playing their utility in a bit more of a decisive manner. But with Vortex on the flank watch, you can have Score over on the Sledge. Hopefully we'll see a bit more of that verticality like you mentioned and proper positioning from the MCU Mariners. Gray's man on the line. Hopefully the E1 will actually be able to spot out a couple players, giving them a bit more information, because obviously on the defensive side with Valkyrie and Echo out, they can't have information. So being able to use the single best PC utility in the game, aka the drone that every single character here on offense has for free, comboing in with a bit of extra utility on the top like your Lion drone and tossing some nades in over the top, you will have a lot of extra help and can put the defense in a really tough spot. Anyone trying to anchor, anyone trying to sit pretty behind, say we're in master bedroom and office, anyone sit pretty trying to sit behind the office walls, anyone trying to hold that office corner towards door to the outside mezzanine, whatever you got to do, you've got nades to deal with these tough spots, and hopefully we see MCU actually utilize this, and hopefully we see them actually utilize the Sledge, because like you said, it leaves me wanting more.
Almost every single gun in R6 has no recoil, so being able to shoot back at your opponent that
SMG-11?
isn't SMG-11. That's not a good
P10
example.
running?
If you said like that's these are all no recoil.
I'm just gonna name
guns,
every
Scott.
gun. I'm just
What are
gonna
you
name
doing?
every gun.
Hey, stop gaslighting me. This is not the time, man. Well, you woke me up, so I appreciate that. But there's like probably a handful of guns that like have recoil,
none.
and if you're even going to consider that, kind of. But like Zoe AR maybe because they haven't like fully buffed it again yet.
Yeah.
Some people can't control the R4C. That's whatever. Should
Didn't they
G360.
nerf
That's the point, though.
ever-loving tar out of the 416C as well? Did they make it really bad and have to bring it back a little bit?
They did, yeah, they did rebuff it though, so now it's
Yeah.
controllable again. Anyways, what I'm getting at is you can pretty much frag on any single role or operator. It doesn't really matter what gun you have. So even though the LA85, it's one of my personal favorite guns, it's just a very consistent overall weapon. You don't bring Sledge for the L8, you bring him for his kit in terms of gadgetry, his hammer, which gives you a bunch of sightlines to work off of, his nades, which are phenomenal for clearing out power positions or just utilities such as shields or even anything else if you really want to put your mind to it. So having Kojo just kind of run around and shoot people rather than running around and opening up holes for his teammates to shoot people, that is my biggest concern. Now, across the pond, we've got Arcadia opting for a extremely util based composition, which this lineup is like almost perfect for bar, which is why I'm shocked we're actually seeing master bedroom first and foremost. But this lineup is still not horrible here for master. You can have a couple shields set up inside a piano, so you can have that minute extension if they want to go for more of a back mezzanine take to go for office. You've got some nitro cells to play for if you want to rotate underneath and deny default plants such as that, and some frost match, which I talked about earlier in round number 1, the window play you can see on this map Frost, if you're not checking your feet and you hop into a window, there's a pretty high chance you'll get your ankles ripped to shreds by that metal bear trap. So that could be an easy way to down somebody and put them out of the fight for a very long time until they're either confirmed dead or revived by a teammate who will still be in a vulnerable position, most likely.
Early in the round, obviously still the 5-on-5, and Kojo's still bringing the same level of aggression. He's placed a shield over towards the door leading outside to that veranda, and he's looking to maybe catch a player off guard. They choose to, I guess, move in from that avenue, but I don't think that's what we're seeing right now. MCU instead opting to once again go in that garage side. We're going to see Crazy Man droning out for Vortex, a proper combo and a proper duo when you're talking about moving forward, but ultimately, I think the transition still needs to be made. Vortex needs a bit more assistance, probably a secondary player to work with. Typically, sending them alongside another will allow for them to send out their air jumps and still have safety, not just relying on a single vroom vroom mobile to find out any and all locations that an enemy may lie. They're still continuing to do so. Cloak will be spotted out, shooting it early, and that gives the information over to MCU that there is indeed a player on the first floor. In kitchen, fight goes forward, and for a second there, we saw a 6v5 come up on the thing, and then it dropped back down to 5v5. Still incorrect, as the kill has happened to drop, and Vortex is the one to get it. Takes out Cloak of the opposition, and now it's officially the 4v5. With Arcadia being a man down, they have to kind of transition themselves accordingly, but they've got good sightlines. Papayas watching through hatch, hoping to maybe catch Crazy Man, who may be the most crystal clear victim as of this current point in time, but having not stepped through that door, his life is safe for now.
Only time will tell if eventually someone walks in through dining room Papayas if she's ready to strike at that given moment. Cloak eventually falling on the roam game that does open up much more here for MCU. There is still a very heavy presence, though, inside of both Master and Office, though. It does give them that first pick, so they can be a bit more lenient on how they want to approach the back area of Mezzanine and maybe even the main balcony as well, if it tickles their fancy. Looks like we're still having the same problem, though, between these attacking teams, that we're having a very one-sided affair going down. There's a one-for-one trade. Mutt will finally respond with a second, though. Kojo lands a nice angle, but here comes the push in by Cole. 2 versus 2 now, 50 seconds left, and Suck will now opt to go for the plant. There being no roam game underneath, this will almost guarantee we go inside the post. There's a Vulcan shield to make sure no one rotates into the other site, but that's for the most part only going to impair Arcadia because they have to retake Office no matter what. Papayas lands a clean headshot onto Suck. Now a 2 versus 1 as Cole will try to get aggressive and is aware they could easily get crossfired here in this post plant position, so just trying to get aggressive and work these 1v1s is their best option, but there is Mutt at just the right time. 3 kills to the Jaeger's name, and they still have plenty of time to A, find that case, and B, defuse it. They'll do just that, as that will guarantee Arcadia take their first round on the defense and their 5th round overall on Chalet.
I like the default placement when you're talking about Office. I like seeing that. I also like seeing the floorboards being broken. They're trying to clear out multiple directions. They ensured that they'd cleared at the first floors. Obviously, they had that first fight that went in their favor, but you can't do everything beyond that. I didn't see enough denial of information. I didn't see them clear multiple directions past that. It seemed like they put themselves out there and only wanted to go so far. They refused to extend beyond that. They refused to take substantial control of the actual objective. You only need a little bit of Office, and you can take a lot of piano, and that gives yourself so much control that it would make it difficult for Arcadia to make their return and actually fight back in that one. But MCU fell a little bit short, and ultimately they fall very short in the last few seconds. It's a great swing for the 3K finish, leads Arcadia to their 5th round. The round 8 underway. We're going to actually be heading over to the bar and gaming room objective. And this is typically where you do see the Wamais come out, with the Jaeger being able to assist the ADSs and those magnets being sent down this library hall and sitting on top of library stairs. You're going to have a very difficult time if you're MCU to actually get past this position, and there's very few avenues you can push from that actually give you any sort of assistance in the process. You can be very aggressive and just push through those library windows. Some teams will opt to do so. You need to make actual advantage of that ego window. Then you're talking about that window we see here in Library Hall. You need to take advantage of actually clearing the hard wall in Office and basically give yourself a window to look through and toss your own pieces of utility. And most importantly, not waste your utility in the process of clearing out those magnets and those ADSs.
Not really a big fan of the castle pick here, to be honest, because of the fact that Sledge has been so prominent in this entire game. Has he been using his gadget that well throughout the game? No, but he does hard counter Cloak, and both the Aruni and Castle basically fit the same role of you sacrifice one small bit of utility to get a new opening into the map for some sort of entrance point. So I feel like having both is a bit overkill. In terms of util in general, though, you need a lot of it to defend this extension for a bar defense. So the rest of it on the board, completely fine. And it's not the end of the world having the castle here. I just feel like it's a bit unnecessary. It also might be unnecessary, too, to have a triple hard breach comp. You really only need the Habana and Maverick, and typically the Maverick is brought more or less just for the grenades. Not so much hard destruction. That depends on what site you're attacking normally. But hey, speaking of the castle from early on, it's actually cloaked to get rid of Score. The sledge will actually fall very early in the round. There is a refrag by Suck and make it 2 to him, and someone just walks up fireplace stairs somehow. Okay. I'm going to have to look back at the VOD to see how exactly that happened, but a lot of map control is being established early on by MCU, and really no clapback just yet by Arcadia. This has been a very odd round so far to start things off here on the 8th one. It looks like it might end quite abruptly as well, as Suck just once again springs into action, finds 4 on the Maverick pick, and at least we have a bit of a response here by MCU.
Somebody was talking about that we should focus on players that aren't Crazy and Suck. Sorry, that's obviously not going to happen when Crazy and Suck go absolute sicko mode in the round and get every single kill. That was a bit of a crazy circumstance for them there. I mentioned if you decided to push through those library windows, you'd have a bit of a hard time to do it. It does allow you to circumvent that library staircase, but at the same time, you do have to worry about other angles. They completely worked themselves around. They played through Fireplace Hall. The distraction was set from library as their player sitting on Fireplace up on the mezzanine was a bit too stressed on one direction, had multiple people pushing him, and that's where you're able to see MCU capitalize. That was a proper coordination, a weird strategy, but a proper coordination within their strategy to completely catch Arcadia off guard and ultimately give them the round. But now we're heading to the basement side, where MCU played 3 times, lost 2 out of the 3, and only managed to take the 1 W in that last one in a dominant, flawless fashion. But now they have to attack it. Let's see if they can pull off the same exact scoreline with the flawless side.
You know, unfortunately, it looks like we have to go back into the trope of talking about only Crazy Man and Suck here. We got the top fragger of Suck, of course. I'll keep that one pretty short, sweet, to the point, with Mutt following not too far behind him either. But Crazy Man opting for the fuse, pretty big fan of that. That is going to enforce that you need to clear out these top floors of Chalet, and once you get that fully established, that top floor and middle floor map control, you can start throwing down pucks into the site as the fuse, even through some hatches as well, because now in the recent update, a few months ago, I think it was actually, he can now go through hard destruction as well. So this is a phenomenal way to mostly destroy utility, but maybe if you really get lucky, you can even find a pick on that, and always getting the man advantage as the attack is just, it's always such a beautiful thing, because then you can work into your own pace and not have to fall into the normalities of a normal attacking team. You can kind of take your time and just do what you need to do to get the job done overall. But unfortunately, looks like we're already going to have an early loss of life yet again, as Mutt from, I don't even know where, to be brutally honest with you, gets cold.
He went out
in the
front
first
door
minute.
of Fireplace Hall. He peeked that aggressively all the way over towards Util Stairs. Like, just weird. I mean, it was just a wild peak, a wild decision. I mean, MCU gets caught off guard. Good decision by Arcadia. They get a first dub, and it is Zofia. It's Cole, who necessarily hasn't been the pivotal player for their side, but still an entry that's very important, especially if you want to get rid of a lot of the utility that's on the defensive side, as there is still ADSs they need to burn, as well as Surya gates that they'll also have to get rid of quite swiftly, but they'll do it quickly. A nade over the top of the hard wall over towards the garage side will get rid of any and all of that defensive denial that we see Arcadia has brought to the table. That should allow for MCU to start to clear out that hard wall. They'll still have to worry about the other wine hard wall that also has its own electroclaw place. This one on the floor, not necessarily hidden that well, but it can be cleared fairly well. It's denied by a small little wine rack, but that one's also wallbangable. Can just shoot it out fairly quickly. Drone through if I am the MCU, and then act accordingly.
About a minute left here on the board. It's like Muck will just be, or pardon, Suck will be doing his due diligence here on the blowtorch, trying to maybe get some kill holes opened up to maybe catch somebody off guard. Amelia could be the first person to step up at a bad time. There goes the hockey pucks, and it looks like Papayas will be caught off guard by the verticality implemented here by Crazy. It's still a man advantage, though, favoring Arcadia, so not the end of the world, and they could just kind of proxy around Wine and be completely safe from those fuse cluster charges, so it's not really that big of a concern. What could be a concern, though, is still having Cloak up on the roam game. If they're able to find out somebody at just the right time, that could be a huge pick to establish a 4v2, and that would make this bottom floor attack almost impossible. But unfortunately for Cloak, Crazy Man will spot them out and now completely equalize in these last 30 seconds.
Only 30 seconds on the board. There's still plenty of time here for MCU to act, but Suck has not been clearing out that wall as well as he should. The blowtorch should be a bigger piece. Look, he still has 5 recharges on that blowtorch. That is a major sign that you have not been utilizing your utility as much as you should. And Amelia, well, maybe should watch her rear here as there's plenty of shots coming from the other side, but Mutt will handle that. Amelia will find her own onto Crazy Man coming from that snowmobile stairs, and it's just score now coming from Blue Hall. No time on the clock. Time will dissipate, but Mutt will kill them just as quick, not allowing time to be the end-all be-all factor for this round, and you'll see a defensive round win in a very good fashion to allow for Arcadia once again to step up and take another round.
So you mentioned a really good thing, though, was utility usage in that round. It was basically non-existent. I mean, other than from the fuse, really, we didn't see a lot of anything be done for the attack. Sledge had 24 out of 25 hammer hits still available in the last 30 seconds. And then the Maverick, he got maybe 1 kill hole opened up, and that was it. It's not that difficult to have both the Maverick and Sledge work together in order to basically make a bougie opening, like as if they had a thermite, for example, on the board, but just not in the right position to do their job as hard breach. So it really does shock me that that wasn't attempted at all by MCU, or the fact that they didn't go for hatch play either as well. It was just a very weird and, again, discombobulated round. I mean, I talked about that a lot for the side of Arcadia, and it's just the exact same storyline again out here on the second half, which is quite unfortunate. Now we're looking down, match point here for map number 1, Arcadia. They just need another round to seal the deal here on Chalet, and they're going back to the site of Master, which is one they managed to defend relatively well. They managed to put themselves in a 2 versus 1 post plant position, which at the end of the day is not that bad, so long as you can get that refrag game established, or at least just some sort of crossfire, which Arcadia has done a really good job of implementing that one key thing several times here on Chalet.
I'd like to gaslight here for a little bit. Actually, it came down to a 1v1. Last time.
Oh yeah, you're right.
It did come down to a 1v1 because he killed at the last second.
True.
So a 1v1. Thank you very much. But yeah, it was a 2v1 in effect. They just baited their teammate and allowed for them to act off the kill. And that's something I think Arcadia has actually been really good about. Talk about Amelia kind of being stuck there for a moment, using that soft wall connecting to Snowmobile from Winery. She was spraying through that wall. She had the sight line and could go through the breach. But beyond that, she didn't have much coverage, and especially from the flank. That spot where she was sitting, 100% visible through that util door leading out towards Elbow and Basement Hall. You have to be very wary of that. Thankfully, her teammate was there to assist. Mutt did a great job of watching the flank. And then you just still have another player that was sitting in Snowmobile that can also find a kill and opportunity. Did we count up again? It's another 5v5. Yep. Is the server just overloading because SI happens to exist at the same time? I don't know what's going on, but it's Cloak to fall first. Not necessarily sure who finds the kill, but that does not spell that strongly for Arcadia Knights, who are at match point and looking to finish this one off.
Getting that first opening pick, despite what the man count might say on the top of your screens, Cloak has in fact fallen very early on. Don't really know why that bug is there. You had a couple speculations. Maybe we'll deep dive it after the round has fully come to an end here. Exothermic charge will now detonate on the back wall into office. You can go for that default plant. Kojo opts to lob a nitro cell very early on, but it's actually going to hit the back wall rather than actually getting down through the opening area near the top balcony. Mutt will land a nice shot through one, and I believe Kojo followed suit as well, Nicole. So things are actually completely even. The man count is now correct in a 3 versus 3. Mutt almost finds another vital pick, but is not able to fully finish out on a Vortex. Kojo gets caught in a pretty bad position by Suck, and now that Mutt has fallen, it is only Papayas left alive, shooting at their teammate's dead body, thinking it was someone overextending onto them, but that is not correct in this situation. The passivity is the main point of the game here for MCU, as they are just sitting back and waiting ever so patiently for Papayas to finally step up to her inevitable doom, and this will now keep MCU inside a Chalet for another round here.
Wow, that was actually a phenomenal round for them as well. I want to talk about the mistakes, though, that were made for Arcadia. One, tossing the nitro cell without realizing which wall was opened. Yeah, typically most attacking teams do want to breach that. I believe it's the eastern wall. No, I think it's the western wall. No, it may be the southern wall. They actually want to breach the left wall from
Yeah, I was
Mezzanine.
gonna say, why are you talking about
Let's just
compass?
say that.
Say,
We'll just
yeah,
say that.
yeah.
Because you can turn
Attackers
the
right,
map,
defenders
man. You can
left
turn the
wall,
camera,
yeah.
so technically it's not. They
It's
breached the right wall.
the southern right wall for an attack.
Yeah, I think
There
it
you
is
go.
southern because I think north and south is from fireplace towards bar. So, but yes, they breached the wrong wall. That's not what most teams typically breach. It does make it a little bit easier to actually aim from there towards piano if you're trying to peek out from the actual veranda window towards big window. But beyond that, they were just being aggressive towards big window door, right? Towards the outside door of office. So they didn't really want to sit there anyways. There was a Vulcan shield they had to deal with. They sent a Gemini replicated through. They eventually just sent a Yana through as well. There was a lot of pieces put together that MC were rocking that were just cheeky enough that Arcadia dumped a lot of their utility and didn't really set themselves up for success. Mitch Nice herself didn't watch the flank. They did lose a couple players and they managed to frag back, but ultimately if you're too busy turning from both directions, you're gonna fall apart. You didn't hold on to piano. You lost the shield early, and that's why the shield meta on piano has fallen apart in recent times.
Interesting pick here by Cole opting for the Cali, which I am not a big hater of. I mean, that's gonna basically make getting the back wall and there's a Kate on the board pretty straightforward. That and the mute as well in the hands of Amelia. So that's not a bad idea. Also, if you can keep a couple of those explosive charges in your pocket as the Cali, then you can maybe opt to break a couple of shields here and there, maybe burn through some ADSs, and that opens up a lot more avenues for your grenade players of both Score and Suck to not only try to utilize those nades for breaking extra util, but also trying to find picks on the players as well. And we've seen MCU when they get that first opening frag and get a lot of map control in response to that as well. They've looked almost unstoppable to an extent when we've seen that happen. So having Cole kind of be that impact player for just breaking through pieces of util could be a really nice thing for them. And also there are a couple of nice long angles you can hold with that sniper rifle. So if Cole sets themselves up in the proper position, they could also get in on the action, maybe find a couple of very important kills to their name as well. Okay.
Well,
Nice. Oh, there it
they
is.
still get first kill too. Hey Cole, nice shot, bro. Thanks for saving your team. Kojo's trying to deny that from the other side. He actually gets it. Okay, do you know how hard it is to get an electroclaw denial and an exothermic charge?
It is the fastest detonating thing, so yeah, it's
very
kind of hard.
difficult. The
and he gets it
timing is-
twice. Oh my
Oh my god!
You have a
All right,
Cali!
full props, man. Kojo,
Well-
that is nuts. Kojo, come on. I mean, to be fair, Cole didn't have the timing either. That was pretty pristine timing there for Kojo tossing in that electric lava. Amelia's now going to go for a mute jammer on top of it. Suck can easily clear it out with a blowtorch and find it, but they are not giving up this wall. Send someone from below, MCU. Have something. This is why you typically do bring a Cali. You can have that impact utility of her lifeline, send the impact nade upwards, and actually be able to tag out the floorboards and clear the area. You've got nothing. You are one-dimensional, and that is a major, major component for why you're trapped on mezzanine still.
I think you're referring to Zofia here, but I mean, still, your settlements are
What did I
pretty
say?
accurate. You
What did I
said
say, Zofia?
lifeline impacts and playing underneath.
Yes, I said you
I
should have brought a Zofia. This is why
Oh
you bring
yeah,
a
okay.
Zofia.
I thought that's what you said. I'm just going a bit crazy here. Whoa, Kojo
Whoa,
getting a
guess
bit
what,
crazy
guess
there
what?
on the double swing. All right there, partner. Calm down. It's just Kojo left to stand. I mean, they could have a chance of winning this. The back wall is not opened up here. They're giving him 1v1s. Vortex will just swing into the site without any backup by Score, and they give it to him. Kojo gets the ace to seal the deal here on out for Chalet. A 5K clutch for the Anchor Kaid player, and that is going to be a 7-4 victory, done and dusted for Arcadia. We've got potentially one, if not two more maps to go to, but that was just the oddest way to end out map number 1, Scott.
Some dedication right there from Kojo as well to just like it's Rambo at that point in time. You remember the old skit that was made about the Rambo movies with like Weird Al Yankovic, and like he's just got this bow and he's holding it 2 inches from a guy with a Gatling gun or something. That's what Kojo's sitting there. Everyone's missing shots. He's wiggling around them. It feels like Ash in season 1. No hitbox whatsoever. Denies his own teammates as he watches his teammate down. He goes, "Oh, I've learned something from your death," and then just adapts beyond that. I said one-dimensional, and Kojo just goes above and beyond and puts on his 5D specs and is saying that I am 2 dimensions above you. And that's exactly what we saw there. An ace to finish that one off in a really fun fashion. I don't think there's any other way to put that one. I really, really enjoyed the ending to that game, but that also spells an ending to map 1 as a whole, meaning that this BO3 has at most 2 maps to work with. Maybe just 1. If we can see Arcadia continue this dominant route and lead us into a victory on, I believe the map was Clubhouse.
Yes, you are correct. This
There you go.
Clubhouse.
Big brain. Big brain. Got any more words about that game, John?
No. I think
All right, bye, guys.
I think I just want to go into a break. I think I'll have more insight to talk about when we get ready for Clubhouse, of course. But before that, we'll go into a short little break and be back before we hop our way in towards Clubhouse. Don't go anywhere.
I think our producer needs to learn how to count, John. I think
I
that's.
think
I
he
think
tried
he
following
did
in my
everything,
footsteps
man.
and just
Like he
yeah.
counted out from 5. He got to 43 at one point, then to 36. He got to
I
2,
don't
jumped to
know.
8. Like I don't know what was going on, but it was definitely not Common Core math as we knew it and talked about earlier today.
No.
He skipped a couple lessons, man.
Oh man. This is gonna be a
Oh, my
this is gonna be a
goodness.
night. I'm not gonna lie to you. We've got Clubhouse up on the board here for map number 2. We're almost ready. I think we had just to double confirm with some of the players here. I don't know what to think about going into this. It's played a lot differently than Chalet, but there is still a lot of similarities. I mean, verticality, big thing. People undermine verticality a lot on Clubhouse unless you're attacking the basement site, which we're probably going to have that undermined as well when we go to Clubhouse itself. I think we're ready to get into the game, though. Things are starting up and underway. So we'll go to that here, get to take a look at the bans. And yeah, like I said earlier, there were a lot of problems with the last matchup on Chalet, and I feel like a lot of those issues are not going to be resolved moving into Clubhouse. So I think there's going to be a lot of wild card factors moving into this one.
I'd like to gaslight you for just a moment here, John. Let's go ahead and step over here.
I
said
yes.
you think people undermine verticality on this map, except for the basement. You do realize that no one picks the first floor objective, right? And verticality is really, really difficult otherwise on these second floors.
What?
Who bans Osa?
Well, I mean, Arcadia did bring in a lot on their attack, so I mean, that
is true, and it did work actually. Yeah, it actually did work for a little bit.
Osa is very good. People just don't play her a lot yet. There's not a lot of knowledge about her because she hasn't been in comp for all that long, but she's very good, especially in ranked.
Yeah, that's true. Kaid will be the next ban to go down for the defensive side. So far, to get a bit of a recap, Thatcher to remove the EMPs, Osas to get rid of that annoying shield. Speaking of shields, Mira out for the defense, Arcadia banning out those black shields. And now Kaid also before with the Kaid Electro Claws being disallowed. This is going to make the garage a very interesting hold. Now you can no longer put Kaid up on the rafter side and Electro Claw trick out to those actual garage hardballs. You're going to have to rely on probably a Wamai with Magnets to defend himself, and that's what we're seeing here right now. And it is in fact going to be this CCTV and cash room objective. And you know my opinion, this objective used to be really, really strong for defenders, but it has been very, very meh right now. And attackers have started to really bring up the pacing, and it makes it really hard for some defenses to hold out.
Especially when there is a Maverick on the board. That's kind of the main reason why CCTV is so good for an attacking team nowadays, is because you have to pick normally by banning either the Thatcher and Maverick or Thatcher and Habana. You cannot keep the Thatcher on the board normally, so you have to pick between one of the other two hard breachers afterwards. So this time around, they're both on the board. So in all honesty, Scott, this could be a very attacker favorited Clubhouse. I mean, even the Flores is on the board too. So even if you try to implement a heavy util composition, if you're the Knights, you're still going to have to run into problems at some point. Now, we aren't seeing that Flores in play, but there are still tons of grenades. There's flash bangs on the board as well, even smokes for a potential post plant setup. So there's going to be a lot on the board here in the pocket of NCU. Yet there is also still plenty for Arcade to possibly toy around with. And the big thing I'm really looking at here is definitely Cloak on the Valkyrie, because that could be a phenomenal way of gathering intel and maybe even, dare I say, go for a run-out play?
Maybe. It is a really strong area to do it if you go over towards Secret and actually jump out that window. But I don't think we see that. No, Cloak's going the other direction. Obviously on a bit of an extended roam. Papayas was kind of there in assistance, placing down barbed wire, which is probably not a terrible idea. If they do happen to drop down Logi, then I guess you can stop that. And if they do happen to come from that northwest side, maybe towards Jacuzzi, you could have an option. But not really usually the avenue of approach for a lot of attacking teams. And MCU obviously now peeking towards the eastern subroof, that CCTV hard wall. And they're going to go and put an exothermic charge down, opening it up swiftly. Crazy Man drop down or something. You are wide out in the open, barely surviving. He'll get a lot of shots onto Mutt. Crazy Man will finally drop away down to safety and can play for a repel game to last a little bit longer and be a bit more dangerous, but Score's drone, however, will not last any longer. Drives it straight into the Surya gate, tosses a nade, will clear out the actual soft wall connecting over towards that garage side. A probable smart decision to assist his teammates on the eastern subroof, but they still have multiple directions they need to be wary from because they don't have all of the defenders readily available on this site.
No, not at the moment, Amelia. She's still up on a roam game. She was looking down in through the openings inside of Oil Pit, but then pivoted around closer towards Secret itself. Score will manage to get the first pick. Mutt will follow suit, though, immediately. There's a trade, but the score will clap back twice as hard. There's a nice Deagle pick by, I believe it was the Valkyrie there, but looks like the man advantage is still back in the favor of NCU. About a minute 20 remains, and it looks like they're just about ready to maybe opt for a site push. I'm not entirely sure what their intentions are. You've got somebody crouch walking around in the middle of red, manages to pivot back inside of CCTV, and is either, I believe, next to the soft wall that connects both objective rooms here on this top floor, now looking around up and towards the CCTV window out of all places. This is just a confusing position to be in, and clearly Bushido is just as confused as I am. They have no idea where to look at, and neither does Cole. The situational awareness there by MCU is definitely lacking, and that will allow Arcadia to take round number 1 here on Clubhouse.
I feel like Amelia was almost just as lost, man. I mean, she was trying to figure out which direction to play from. She was trying to play stairs on red. She was trying to hide behind the shield. She tried to transition over to Cash. If it wasn't for Mutt, one-man armying towards that window connecting to Garage, it probably could have been a disastrous round 4. And Mutt even got scared for a minute there, taking a step back, finding that first kill in that last section to take out Cole and then, Bushido and then Cole. That was best case scenario for Arcadia in a very close round to end it. But Arcadia take the dub and now can head to a new objective. This one being the Church and Arsenal room. Glug will re-opt in, 6 picking off of that castle over towards the Valkyrie. Black cameras, sorry, it's not black mirrors, that's mirrors. Sorry, the Evil Eyes, that's the name for it technically. The Evil Eyes now being able and available unlike map 1. So hopefully that supplementary information for Arcadia Knights can actually help assist them further. We already knew they won map 1 in a fairly dominant fashion with a couple round spread, but I think they want to go above and beyond here, especially on a very difficult objective like this one, where you can have very cheeky plays for an attacking lineup. And if you're not able to deny that kitchen hatch hard breach, then you're in a tough spot with a very nice sight lane that the offense is available to have.
And I think that was the point of banning out the Kaid, was to not force a Maverick to be picked or have a big emphasis on the grenade play. They only have Score bringing out frag grenades here. Instead, they have out the IQ maybe for more of a just general utility denial. I mean, Valkyrie being on the board, you have to have something to try to directly counter out that intel game. So the response of having an IQ on the board is not a bad idea at all. She can be a bit underwhelming nowadays in the current meta, but sure, as long as she gets the job done, that's completely fine. What could be a concern, though, is maybe the impact tricks being attempted here by the Knights. If you don't have that Habana prioritize her pellets wisely or in a conservative manner, then we might have these 3 impacts be incredibly viable here for the defense. And on top of that, they've got Nitros in pocket as well. So if this hard destruction again takes too long, or they get a bit vulnerable inside of kitchen, someone could end up getting blown up sky high, and that could be a very easy way for Arcadia to net their first pick overall on the round. But unfortunately, that's not going to be the case, as Bushido will get the first blood, and the hatch inside of kitchen has already been opened up.
Oh, amazing sightlines for the score, but apparently can't hit a single shot in the process. Takes the majority of the damage. Kojo barely survives as well, but obviously not for much longer. Crazy Man will clean up where necessary. Shots coming from Mutt, downs and finishes off Bushido quite swiftly as they try to come down Tar or Sewer, whatever you want to call it in that position. Does not seemingly work out for them. And MCU's, I guess, multifaceted approach has now kind of been snuffed out in one direction. They're still kind of trying to draw from one angle or another. They work their way down main stairs, but Mutt also has the long draw, takes off the head of Score and leaves us to the 3v3. No counting up this map so far. We'll see if that one continues. We'll get a ticker for it if possible, because that's a really funny thing that R6 is doing. But Mutt's taking a lot of damage, and it's Vortex Edition out, finishing the job, and refragged back immediately by Amelia with the SMG-11. Papaya's watching out for her eyes. 3 flashes sent simultaneously, but Papaya's none the wiser so far. Long shots to main stairs. Cole finds it instead after dropping through the hatch and working their way inwards. It's just Amelia left standing with an SMG-11, but there is a Nitro cell as well. Diffuser down as Crazy Man gets caught in the open, but Cole finds themselves the last in a very swift refrag. A solid attacking round once they get into the floor.
Crazy, really just going crazy with it, apparently, just running into church for no reason at all. They had all the control they needed inside of Arsenal to go for a plant, yet instead going for the safe idea. We had Crazy Man just start running at Amelia and giving her a freebie. a very questionable decision, but luckily, since the man advantage was still favoring MCU, Cole was able to refrag quite quickly and even things up now 1-1. But that was way too close for comfort in my mind, at least. We'll see a return here of the basement site now by Arcadia with a bit more of a passive lineup here. They've got more of an anchor slash fallback kind of defensive style. They could extend up above if they want to because they have the Mutant Castle along with the Runian pocket. They also have the Thunderbird though. So even if there is only a small extension or even a heavy anchor game, so to speak, by Arcadia, they've got those Kona stations to heal them up and maybe even overheal them too, not just fully get them back to normal health. That way the defense is going to be extra hardy to go for those swings and probably have a better chance of winning those 1v1 gunfights unless they get headshotted. Unfortunately, with the Thunderbird, it's still going to kill you outright if you get shot in the head. So you got to pick your gunfights wisely, but you'll have an easier time winning them so long as you get healed up by that Thunderbird gadget.
I think MCU, they're going to get hash, right? There's no stopping Habana with the rework and then having backup exothermic charges. Those Crazy Man needs to save those exothermics probably for Church Wall. I think that's probably a better place to go for. But I think Arcadia just needs to realize they're not going to deny that whatsoever. Instead, they should be playing for buying time. They use Kojo's impacts slowly. They also can use that Surrogate, which we see Papyrus herself putting up, and they can also use Amelia's Nitro because she failed to utilize it the entire last round to make it very dangerous for the Mariners to sit inside kitchen. That's one of the big things they were worried about. You could see them constantly moving early and trying to clear out the floorboards, but Arcadia never really acted as they should. Instead, we're a bit hesitant to look in that direction, and what did it cost them? The entire hatch, an early kill, and then a second on top, as unfortunately for the defense, Kojo got caught off guard on the Wamai and lost his life swiftly afterwards. Though the damage had been dealt both directions, it got finished off by MCU, and I think that's something that desperately needs to change, as well as having verticality in that central hallway to be able to get that basement hall as well. We have not seen Sledge clear that. We have not seen Sledge do a good enough job in that direction, and right now they're buying so much time by just wasting it on the third floor.
I'm really surprised we had Crazy Man open that up with his Thermite charge, but I guess since they have a Habana, I guess his hard destruction really doesn't matter all that much. There goes the clear, finally confirmed, and now the fallback occurs in towards kitchen to play for the verticality and also get that hatch opened up. Crazy Man will be the first one to do that. I guess Cole just has their eyes set inside of the Moto hatch for the time being. A minute 30 left on the board. You know, this pacing is not bad for MCU, but unlike last round, they don't have that first pick. It's still a 5-on-5 with a small roam game still being attempted. We managed to see at least one defender in the background manage just to kind of lurk around. They could maybe catch somebody off guard later here, but in this last minute, things are still quite silent here for the most part. But there goes the first initial pick. It's going to be Kojo to swing out near main and pick off somebody. The score may find a trade, but Bushido still being downed and now finished off by an impact grenade. That's going to leave a mark here for MCU as they're now down two very important players.
That's a very unfortunate situation. Make it another one as the score topples down under as he dropped down that Moto hatch, and now unfortunately has dropped down to the floorboards. Picked back up by Crazy Man. Still a 2v4. Maybe Crazy Man was wishing that he saved that exothermic charge for this church wall, but unfortunately, I'm not seeing any option for it. None left in the pocket, and the score has no nades. Only a sledgehammer in hand charge at them. Pull a bit of a Michael Myers or something along this sort, but it's not going to happen. Cut down by Cloak, and it's just one man left standing, one man versus the world, and unfortunately, the world claps back. It's Cloak to find the kill, and we'll have yet another defensive round win. I guess say yet another. We'll have a defensive round win. This one a lot more solid.
I'm really wondering why we didn't have a rotate happen at all. If you're going to go and, go for like a big emphasis on like kitchen, for example, or even Moto, you need to have somebody blue as an attacker. That's just a given because then you start to funnel. And we saw that by MCU. They just funneled down main. They all died to Kojo, and then he even got back from his teammate. Just not a pretty sight to behold, especially when Church is going to be much more attacker favored because you have that Habana on the board. You can get hatch destruction down pretty easily. You can get verticality done just as easy as well because Sledge has been a constant here on not only map number 2, but we even saw that all the way back on map number 1 as well. So it really boggles my mind that we don't have NCU really abusing that factor. They just kind of start putting down vertical play. They get the hatch open and then they rotate, but not even rotate in the right position in that current moment. Hopefully maybe moving down into this CCTV attack. We could see that change perhaps by MCU, but we've seen the site in play before, Scott, and the big problem was the tunnel vision and just lack of situational awareness here by MCU. The tunnel vision point is probably what I'll start off with here, because we had MCU just kind of walk in through the main breach of Plat Wall and also have, I think, Maverick kind of just lurk up red stairs on round number 1. No one even attempted to clear out garage, and that ended up becoming one of the most difficult positions to deal with there in the latter end of that round. And I think it was that garage player who got the final 2 kills of that round. So if we don't see the adaptation here by MCU, this could easily turn into a 3-1 position here for Arcadia.
There is no Maverick, so
Oh yeah, they're gonna
this
have
hard
to
wall
nade
is going to be
underneath.
very, very
IQ
easy to
underneath.
hold on to. You can IQ
Yeah.
underneath. You can also send somebody through to the southern subroof, right, and actually toss
Yep.
a nade through the CCTV. There's multiple ways to clear it out, but it does make things more difficult, and MCU needs to do everything but that. They have been struggling to keep things together. They've only picked up 1 round, and obviously Arcadia have brought themselves into a good stride and are hoping to continue that same level. Where they've made mistakes, they're quick to clap back, like we saw them losing round 2, coming back in round 3. Now Arcadia have the chance to defend this one. They have the proper operator lineup, and MCU didn't really come as prepared as they should have. Crazy Man tossing down his Selma. Finally, the nade will be the mute jammer will be cleared, but a minute of time has already been bought before any sightlines have been gained into the objective. And with time so precious in the game of R6, Arcadia Knights have put themselves on the right foot.
At least got Plat Wall opened up. Still no one clearing out the garage just yet. Vortex will be the first one to tussle with that one, my player, but doesn't really manage to line up the shot at just the right time. Mutt is there at the ready to get the first pick here for the night. And again, if we don't have Mutt cleared out of this position at any given moment, this is going to be a living nightmare for MCU to try to bounce back from. I mean, there's still plenty of time to rotate around and get the job done eventually. They'll end up sending out another attacker inside of Swamp, but they're not going to be able to finish him off. It's almost the exact same angle to put them down as well. Cole will barely survive by a hair, and off the screen, we managed to see another pick here for Arcadia. They are just dominating so far on this 4th round, but really no response so far by MCU.
It's total suppression right now for Arcadia, right? Every single direction we're seeing MCU attempt to push from, it has been snuffed out. MCU, once again, they lose another player. Cole loses the fight to Cloak, and that's, once again, Cloak doing a very good job of playing on to the 2nd floor. Pretty extended from what you would usually see, but it doesn't last for much longer. Crazy Man uses his teammate's death as a point of information. Well, unfortunately, maybe MCU is not aware, but there's drones that also give that information. You had 3 of them still out, 3 in the pocket. There was still plenty that you could work with and have extended towards your side, but not really utilizing those properly. And yet another one, Kojo, sitting on red stairs, fairly easy position to watch, and he pushes it for almost no reason in that stance, loses the fight. Bushido, unfortunately, out for the count, and it's up to Crazy Man in a 1v4. Has to push through the Surya Gate. Will take and get rid of one. Has one Selma he can use to clear out the Surya Gate itself, but with only 13 seconds left, it just doesn't seem like the biggest likelihood of all situations. Uses his drone instead, pulls out his camera because he still has the command locked in to pull out your camera automatically, and he's going to get shot from red stairs by Amelia.
Well, that's a very interesting way to end out the round there for Arcadia, taking it pretty well overall, 3-1. I mean, I talked about it though earlier in the round. If we don't have garage cleared out, it's going to be almost impossible for MCU to get that round on the board, and that's exactly what happened. We had Mutt find 2 very nice picks and then get backup from Cloak as well to fully confirm that position. And then we had to see a rotate be attempted by the MCU, and they were just in such a weak position to try that. It clearly just was not meant to be. We'll finally see a play style up inside of gym and bedroom this time around, as can't go back to church. We had that one to Arcadia, and now the top floor had been forfeited as well from MCU, granted to Arcadia. So I'm wondering if they're able to replicate that exact same success moving into here. You tend to see a lot of extensions inside of Cash Room when you have Gym and Bedroom in play by a defending team. And I think with the castle on the board, that's what we're going to be seeing. So now I'll have to transition that exact same extension kind of question over towards MCU. Are they going to try to properly clear out that extension, or will they try to just bombard themselves into Jacuzzi and just try to rush the site here?
When you're talking about gym and master bedroom, one of my favorite things is actually taking control of Jacuzzi, like you talked about. But As a defender, one of the best pieces of utility you can bring for this objective is those black mirrors. And obviously those aren't available. Mirror off the board being one of the go-to bans for Arcadia, and I think this time it's kind of biting them in the rear. They could have had a great sightline placing that inside vault. They could have had one towards the actual bathroom wall connecting over to C Jacuzzi. Right now I feel like their sightlines are fairly limited, so they are forced to have a very aggressive roam. I guess I should say extension is the term for it, towards the cash room side, which is not foreign to most players here in R6. So you have to keep in mind that there are different ways to defend different objectives, different strokes for different folks, as you would say. And right now, I'm more interested in how the attack's going to break it down. And from what we're seeing, Crazy Man using a Selma to try and take out the construction hard wall leading out to trash seems like an odd way to get this thing moving, but thankfully rotates back up to the rooftops, now looking to go towards Logi. If he can clear out Logi by himself, which seems like a foreign concept, he'll give his team a huge advantage pushing forward, but he is smartly rotating the other direction.
Ooh, entry dead. First off the bat here, never a good sign for MCU. What is a good sign is that Vortex at least managed to get some sort of trade. Cloak, being an absolute menace on that Valkyrie, will finally put to rest here in round number 5. The black eye cameras, though, I'm assuming have already been placed up by Cloak, so that utility will still be in use by the rest of their team. And Mutt is still out on the prowl, looking for a second one. They'll end up getting it onto score. Crazy Man just hops in with, I'm assuming, no information and gets cut down by Mutt. Vortex might end up taking their place pretty soon as well. This is just not a good attack overall by MCU. They are running in single file line and basically by themselves here, really forcing these 1v1s where Mutt is just simply in the better position and will outright win it here. Now rocking double digits so far in the first half, 10-2, maybe looking for an 11th pick as Vortex will attempt to try to slip around and maybe win this gunfight against the Jaeger, but doesn't have any information, no drones, no lion scans to work off of either, and now no life left in their body. It's a 4th for Mutt. Can it be an ace? It's not gonna be, because across the map, it's cold to fall by the hands of Amelia as she'll land a couple of nice shots with the SMG-11, and it's another round here for the defense of Arcadia.
What was MCU attempting to bring there? They had an Ash. Like, they didn't bring the proper util to
I think they wanted to play
through.
Vert underneath and bar, but then like they just didn't drone and didn't think there'd be a roam game. I really have
They lost it
I have no
early.
idea. The voice crack, I mean, that really incites my mind right now too, because like my voice, I am just completely broken.
Broken inside and out, apparently. That's what it comes down
Amen.
to. Amen. But yeah, it just seemed like they didn't give themselves a really big fighting chance, especially to push the extension to cash room. That is a hard place to push through. That is a very difficult position to go. Whether you use smokes to cut sight lines, whether you use nades to clear out corners, you have to have some semblance of hard breach to get through those sections. That is one of the most difficult extensions to deal with in R6, and that is why this master bedroom and gym site has become almost the go-to pick over CCTV, because you can still play it like it's CCTV without having to deal with CCTV. You can just hold cash. And that's why most teams, when you're talking about the attack, they'll go to the gym window, push in from the southern subroof. They'll rotate over to Jacuzzi, go that direction. They'll play your first floor approach, go main stairwell. There's so many different directions they could work towards that are just simpler than trying to get through that cash room extension. And Arcadia cut them down. There was nothing there for MCU, and they've been paying the price. They got Thanos snapped. I say that as a reference because they're MCU. That's what happened. It was just a systematic, devastating assault from a defensive side that Arcadia brought to the table. But this time around, coming into round 6, scoreline 4-1 is the last round of the half, and Arcadia can finish this one strong with 5 rounds on the defense. The preferred side for this map, but a 5-round deficit, or being 4-round deficit, but a 5-round assault on defense? Yeah, Arcadia has put themselves ahead. They got to finish the half to get that 5.
Say normally it's 3-3, maybe 4-2, depending on like what operators are banned. So having it very one-sided for Arcadia, I feel like that's just more of the team play style by MCU, just flat out not working. They're missing a lot of the basics here. Isolating themselves, not doing a great job of gathering intel, just some simple stuff that can be fixed with maybe some scrims and a bit more practice down the road. Cole has a shotgun and is inside of blue and gets a pistol kill onto Amelia. I have no idea how this has happened, but he's looking for a third. Cloak finds one off screen, and I believe Cole heard the audio cue, but the ADS directly in front of him will catch the grenade, so now he is trapped in the backside. Here's Bushido with the counter flank against a flank in and of itself by Cole. There is the third by the Sledge player. Mutt will finally punish this poor man for his crimes as we're in the 1 versus 2 with Mutt's position well known. But Case is dropped and they're still feeding this man 1 versus 1s. It's now up to score and you are in the middle of main hallway looking down and I do not know what, but Mutt is definitely going to punish you for that and simply Windows. It's a 5th for Arcadia, and I am now getting incredibly passionate about this game for so many different reasons, Scott.
At this point, we need to get a doctor in the house. I'm not talking about for you for your blood pressure that's skyrocketing at this point. We need to check Mutt for rabies. Like, this has been an unprecedented assault. And when you're able to pull off something like that on the defense, when you're able to pull off the pressure that Mutt can do while still being passive, the presence he brings to the table is insurmountable. He's a raid boss. I bring this up not that often anymore, but I used to all the time. It's somebody you look at when you're on the opposing side and you shake, you quiver in your boots, so to say. A little puddle forms on the ground. It's someone that's so scary to face off against, knowing that he's on their side, that he will emotionally and mentally destroy you before he's able to physically destroy you with kills. And Mutt is a scary, scary man right now. And I think that's only doomed to continue now that he can head to the attack, use his nades and the blowtorch to give himself proper sight lines, and just devastate in on one of the worst defensive objectives you can pick on this map. Going to CCTV in Cash Room, like we've said so many times before, as your first, when you're in dire position and in desperate for a round win, this ain't it, Chief. This ain't it.
Well, you see, the claim that D minor is the saddest key is quite a subjective phrase to say nowadays. If we look at the... I can't do it.
Based.
For context, our lovely producer put a very interesting thread inside of our Discord channel, and I tried to, elaborate further and maybe get the chat's interest piqued about it, because they have no idea what that is. They can't see the Discord chat that we are currently looking at, but unfortunately, I'm not able to read it out aloud because I would just start bursting out laughing, because it is one of the oddest things I have seen inside of a Rainbow Six message board about a piano. And oh god, I think Crazy Man got downed by the thermite charge. That is not good. And I think everyone fell back, so nobody actually realized he got downed. And I believe we have Cole to fall early as well. And yes, our confirmations have now been granted as Crazy Man is crawling away from the hard wall, bleeding out of his body. Only a matter of time before he just ends up seeing black and ends up dying outright. This is not a good position to be in here for MCU Arcadia. They are looking to finish out this second map with a victory. They do not want to see Oregon, and Mutt wants to see another pick potentially as he gets his first one here on the round. Crazy Man just about ready to fully die on out and be relegated to camera duty. So essentially a 2 versus 5 situation. The score will net 1. Papaya's finally earning their frag. They've definitely earned it on the hard support role, as it's just the Castle and Malusi left to fend for themselves, completely isolated from one another. There's a great shot by Bushido, but will it be enough, as they are the only one left to stand here with 1 minute and 28 seconds to try to burn through, and they're going to miss a vital pick on a Kojo. It's going to be Arcadia Knights to manage to put themselves into match and now series point, as that is their 6th round on the board.
Well, John, just take the whole round, man. I'm sitting back enjoying it, because that was an Arcadia Knight slugfest. They looked amazing. There was no way to put that around it. First off, Papaya's grats. That's a big W. That's almost as good as getting a Pokeball kill, which you guys did in the first half when you're talking about playing on the defense. It's better. You get an exothermic charge kill. He slugged his way to try and slither into it in a slit corner, but guess what? You leave the little goo trail on the ground, the goo being your blood. It's not hard to find you, but you don't necessarily need to. Just disallow the rest of their team to come and go for the revive. Talk about another player, though. Talk about having Cloak on that buck that was working in from the garage door. He takes too much damage, but still manages to escape initially. And then you have Mutt finding the kill up on a Rafters player. Then Mutt steps in. Cloak loses his life. Take out one more if you're Mutt, and then transition over to the construction side. And there's 2 players ready at a moment's notice, and Bushido cannot find the shot. It's unfortunate to watch, because we know that MCU have really good gunners, but they are obviously mentally chalked right now. Things are not piecing together the way they wanted it to, and Arcadia are picking up the pieces and throwing them out the window.
Now back to what I was saying earlier. If we look at 12 TET, which stands for 12 tone equal temperamental, we can
Every
see
note on
that
the piano
every
is the same
note
key signature.
Yes, exactly. See, you understand. But this does not matter because every key is the same. Sure, it might have different timbres, but every key is built on the same formula. Okay? So you are a fool if you think that D minor is the saddest key. And you might be a fool to think that Arcadia Knights, that they are not prone to making mistakes as well. It's just the problem that MCU, they're making the bigger mistakes. One in particular, probably last round, was, of course, having the Bandit. It was not Cole, it was actually Crazy Man last time on the Bandit on CCTV, getting way too close for comfort there against that Thermite charge. If there's a Maverick on the board, you probably shouldn't be Bandit tricking anyways. So having somebody that close to the main breach is just not a wise idea. And I think Crazy Man knows a bit better for himself, so he'll opt to go on the Aruni this time around rather than the Bandit. But we already have a pretty aggressive start so far by the Knights as they're looking to clear out this main extension, but they are being met with brutal retaliation by MCU as they're actually going to be able to land both their shots well enough to get two very nice picks off the board so early in this round.
And they'll just keep the pressure going. Now it's Cloak able to find one. Thankfully for Arcadia, the bleeding is kind of stopped, but I think the wound may be festering if they're not able to keep up the pacing. Cloak with a great flank over finds one more. That's cash room cleared, and the rest of the team now for Arcadia can start to swiftly funnel their way in through one door or another, but it's Cole finding a nice shot to Papayas. Amelia will be able to refrag her friend and bring themselves tied back to the 2-on-2. Cloak with in construction through Logi. Trying to find one more person. It's all the way over through that hard wall to red stairs. Cloak's looking for any and all options. Does have a pocket heart breach. That's seemingly it besides the skeleton key. But Bushido's going to rotate back underneath through the first floor and start to work on over towards Crazy Man, hoping to find any and all assistance to play the later half of this round. But Cloak's already got the diffuser. His teammate on the outside veranda looking to step in from that southern suburb. Amelia still applying pressure in. Doesn't really know where the last player may lie. She's desperately trying to wait for any and all information, and she's going to gather it herself, throwing out the drone. Proper utilization of her utility, and Cloak's waiting for it. Gives away the key information. The player's in bathroom. They swung. No one getting the better end of the fight. There's still a drone over towards Logi's side. Cloak has to get through the Surya gate, but it's Amelia getting through Crazy Man. Finding the kill opportunity. Bushido does not see how! Bushido finding the kill. Cloak pulls out his drone, needing the information, but Amelia comes up clutch, finding herself the last 3 in the round and giving her tied and her team as a whole the victory here. Match point, series point goes to the Arcadia Knights. A 7-1 victory for them in a BO3.
What was that round? What was that? Okay. Several things wrong. A, droning out in the open. No, don't go. Coat or cloak. Jesus, my throat. Don't do that. Do not do that. Second of all, after you had Amelia get her frag, right? Why not rotate it around and go for the plant? I mean, she can cover you out in the window with an LMG. I'd hope so. Just play on top of the bed. Plant. I think it's called Island. Plant on Island, and just play for the safer game. Don't drone out in the open with Case. You're very lucky that for some odd reason Bushido had the great idea of sprinting to the Sophia's last known position, gun down, just willing to accept defeat at that point. Because if that did not happen, we would have seen a round win there by MCU. And I have seen even greater comebacks from positions like that. You never want to risk it, especially in a game where quite literally anything can happen. So,
yeah.
Man, that round just a headache. That didn't feel good. I don't think any of that felt good. No.
It was an interesting try. I really did like the recovery Arcadia made there. It's like when you're running a mile, right, and you're tripping the first 10 yards, right? Yeah, that's not a great start to what you're doing, but you can finish strong. That's exactly what they did. They managed to make a huge return. Cloak did a great job, phenomenal job of proper positioning coming through construction. I think he dropped Logi, went through construction, and then cleared out cash room from behind. That's a good job. That's not going to work against most teams, right? That's just something that isn't going to happen. But the fact you're able to pull that off is a great way for you guys to get through cash room, which is something that we obviously saw MCU fail to do entirely, or something that I spoke about. It's too difficult of something to get through, and it's the only round they managed to lose. So they adapted. They realized what they did wrong, and kind of say what they did right and then adjusted accordingly and cleared out the area. But I want to point out the fabulous plays we saw from Kojo in map 1, the ace obviously at the end. Mutt obviously wanted to put his name out there here in map 2 and had something to say about it. What was the final kill count for him? 22, 28, 35, something like that?
Something crazy. It was
17. Oh, come on, man. That is just a monstrous amount for a single player to pick up. And he had 11 going into the second half.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, the biggest thing for players, no matter whether they win or lose, is just looking for improvement on their next game day. So there's a lot that, even though I feel half dead on the inside because I was watching Six Invitational until 6 in the morning and slept throughout most of the
He
day.
doesn't know what a VOD is. He doesn't know what a VOD is.
No, I
guys,
do
so
not understand how videos work. In
if
this
it's not
day and age.
live, it didn't happen to him. So
Yeah, exactly. So I apologize for some mannerism that might have been a bit out of touch, but it happens.
out of
If
touch,
you just
I'm out of
look back
time.
and maybe take some of our suggestions to heart, I could definitely see some improvement. Just scrimming more as well. That's always a good plus. Practice makes perfect, but as you like to say, Scott, practice also makes permanent. So acknowledge the issues that you guys made today, especially teamwork and overall basics of droning, isolating yourselves as well a lot too. That was a really big problem, especially on the attack for MCU. Acknowledging those and then changing up that play style and maybe getting some extra wins on the board in the latter end of NECC, that would definitely make my day 110%. Probably make you guys' day as well. But all that being said, that concludes the main stream of NECC for tonight. I think the B stream is still running at the moment of at NECC2. So if you're interested in checking that out, feel free to do so. Also, check out our Twitters if you are interested at Fellow the Caster and at Infernosis, Nifernos 1S, because someone took Infernosis with an I and someone took Fellow Casts on Twitter as well. God, we still gripe about that even to this day. Never gets old. But
I'm trying to find it.
with all that being said, hope you all have a great rest of your night and to see you all again very, very soon for some more NECC action. Have a great night, everybody.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.